some minds and educate each other, because I don't think there's anybody in this room, from whoever in here thinks they're the smartest, to me, who's obviously not, that can't learn something from being here. Whatever level you are in your game and whatever level you are in your program, I think we can all learn from each other, and that's important to do, which was a big vision of ours to put this event on. Again, there's catalogs in the back. Get one if you need one, and we hope we have enough for everybody. They're really nice, so take them home with you and keep them as a table piece. You know, one thing that we do with ours is our exchange catalogs. I actually write on them, take my notes on them in a Sharpie marker, and got them on our coffee table in our office. So just as some reading materials. But again, we're going to get started here. We've got a big presence online, so we're looking forward to this event. The why of doing this, you know, I got that a lot from some of the consigners and some of the buyers as well. You know, why fix something that wasn't broke? We did the Fiesta for 10 years, and last year, the 2022 Fiesta was the best one we'd ever done. If you look at the bottom line number, the gross sale amount and the sale average, you know, if you looked at that, then the 2022 Fiesta was the best one we'd ever done. And if you kind of took time to read through the catalog there and the inside cover, kind of gives a little bit of my why we did this. I felt like we had a calling, or maybe not a calling is a word, but I felt like we needed to do something different as an industry to educate each other and further educate our consumer, our buyers. Everybody that raises show goats for a living in a capacity that some of us do, or is in the industry in the capacity some of us do, I don't think any of us can make our sole living selling weathers, or make our sole income, whatever goals that may be, to sell weathers. And so with that, the genetic side of the business is definitely the opportunity for profitability. And for that to continue to grow, and I think that's also our growth area and our most rapid growth area potential as an industry. And for that to continue to grow, our customers and our consumers have to have success with that. And our customers, our consumers, in that case, are the people that are buying does, they're buying semen, they're buying flushes, they're buying genetics from us in the room and from the entire industry. And so if through this event, you know, we can help have some success stories there, we can help educate each other. And then from a marketing standpoint, you know, if we can grow the business, the show goat industry is huge. It's phenomenal what we're able to achieve. And if you look at some of the prices and where it's gone, man, since I was a little kid showing black horn Spanish goats, and, you know, Glenn and Jamie and some of the guys in here that have experienced the growth of the industry. But hey, we're still behind on the major four. We're still the fourth one. If you figure pigs, sheep, cattle, and goats, we're still number 4. And, you know, if we continue to progress ourselves forward through thought process, through opening each other's minds, through how can it be different, you know, how can we expand our business, how can we expand the way we think, how can we grow the business together? Who's to say we can't be the biggest one? You know, we're still infinite, I think, in comparison to some of the others. So that was a lot of it. You know, I guess my wife tells me I'm crazy sometimes, and I'm never content personally with our business. I'm never content personally with our livestock we raise. I'm never content personally with anything. Always, you know, a super hard critic of my own, and how can we get better and how can we do better. So hopefully some of that energy or some of that motivation, you know, can help you guys. Man, there's been a tremendous amount of people that have helped me pull this thing off, and it was a big bite. It was a big chunk to take off from having a goat sale in San Angelo and the fairgrounds to something like this. And you know, obviously the vision helped come from Todd and Blake Kennedy at Kennedy Ventures, and some of the foresight that those guys have had in the industry as industry leaders in livestock marketing. And then the crew that helped me put this together is Blake, Glenn Martin, Jamie Smith, my brother, obviously my wife and kids, for helping me with that, and Austin Voiles in the back there. It was kind of our group that helped with the direction and some advice here. Got some great sponsors that helped us put this on that we would absolutely not be able to do without the support financially. The symposium this year, the inaugural symposium, is presented by Durafirm. We had Alan and his crew there in the back. Great products. We're using those at our farm as well as some of y'all are as well. Mock Ranches Group, Casey, and I'll introduce him here in just a minute. as our keynote speaker for the morning. But the Mock Ranches Group is one of our bigger sponsors. KM Sires, RSG is going to sponsor our talk on repro here in a little bit. D&D goes everywhere with us. Matt Murdoch's in the back, and he can help you visit about trailers. So without that, getting started here, man, it's been great. I think Casey's going to open us here in a minute with a word of prayer before he starts his talk. But, man. If you're on my Snapchat story, my brother's one of my easiest targets. And it's kind of daily, you know. We get some cowboy jokes and some stuff like that. But I'm super proud of him. And he's going to come speak this morning on a business short course with us. And he's going to spend about 30 minutes going through some business with us. And Casey graduated in 2007. We both did, from Tarleton State University. Met our wives there. And he went into extension. Man, I'm getting emotional on this. He goes into extension. I better read my notes so I'll quit looking at you. Goes into extension where he met Gary Keller through a partnership and some workings with Plateau Land and Wildlife Management. Casey and his wife, Elizabeth, spent the last 10 years as the director of KW Land for Keller Williams International. Casey is a business coach for the MAPS Business Coaching and the Millionaire Business Network. He's the host of the Land Broker Insider podcast and is a regular industry speaker. Casey and his wife, Elizabeth, live on a ranch in Stephenville, Texas. We actually upgraded the road, County Road 253 there, because we just moved right down the road from him, which is a huge blessing. But again, I'm super proud of my brother, Casey Mock. If you would come up, and he's going to do a little business short course with us.
I didn't know I was opening in prayer, but I have no problem doing that. Y'all take your headgear off, guys. God, we just thank you for the opportunity to be here. God, first, freely to come here freely, God, without concern about God's safety, security. God, we thank you so much for your son, Jesus, God, for the opportunity that we all have to, God, just have eternity with you through the cleansing blood of Jesus. God, for your sovereignty, for your grace, God, for your goodness to us. God, we thank you so much for the opportunity to steward your lands as agriculturalists. God, you give us these animals to steward too, and it's a neat thing to be able to take care of your creation, God, to steward your animals and also raise kids around that. And so it's a privilege. I thank you for Kevin and his family and his team and their leadership, and God, for the folks that have invested in being here. I pray, God, you just challenge us, that you would open our hearts and minds to, God, just take something away from this today where we can go be better in our businesses, for our families and for our clients and for our teams, God, and most important for you. So we love you. In Jesus' name, amen. Okay, I'm going to take you back to June the 7th, 1991. There was a couple of guys, two cowboys, if you will, and they were riding out on a jig line. A jig line is, some of y'all know what a jig line is. It's, you ride out in a single file line, Biggs. And so this is cowboy talk, so you just get ready. And so you ride out in a single file line. These guys are going to find a lost calf, and one of them's what you may call the cow boss. He's experienced, and the other guy, he's what you may call a dude. And the cow boss, he's pretty annoyed by the whole situation, and it's evident on his face. And the dude, he's just really trying to hold on. He's from the city, and he's got all kinds of distractions and no clarity, and he's here to try to figure out what the heck's going on. Just trying to hang on, really figuratively and literally, to this mountain that he's on. An old cow boss, he reins his cow pony in, and he says, do you know what the secret of life is? And the dude says, no, what? And he holds up his finger. Some of you are going to know where I'm going. He holds up his finger, and he says, what's your finger? And he says, no, not my finger. One thing. And the dude says, well, what is it? And the cow boss takes a drag off his cigarette, and he says, that's for you to figure out. So the movie was City Slickers. A lot of you figured that out by now. And Billy Crystal was playing Mitch, and the cow boss was Curly. And it may seem like a pretty corny or fictional way to open up a business presentation, But if you fast forward to 2012, my great friend and mentor and coach, Gary Keller, Gary used that story in the opening paragraph of a book that would change my life and change so many lives and become one of the top-selling business books of all time. It's called The One Thing. I've got a copy of it on my desk back there. And we're going to run through some notes from The One Thing today. Oh, Austin must be advancing my slides for me. Austin, thank you. I forgot about this little thing. It's a fundamental truth that not everything matters equally in your business. A lot of you have heard of the 80-20 principle, right? Not everything matters equally. You can backtrack your success, most of us, to one singular decision that changed the trajectory in your business. Maybe it was a key relationship, somebody that you got into business with that challenged you, that coached you, that pushed you, that invested in you and changed your life for the better. It could have been an investment that you made, right? And you're going to forgive my hands because I'm used to walking around out here, but I don't have a lapel. It could have been an investment that you made that changed your financial future. It could have been a single risk that you took that paid off so big that you're able to leapfrog your competitors, make up a lot of time. And I bet if you lived that story, you could point back to that. It could have been a single doe kid or a buck that you bought or an embryo that you invested in that would change an industry. And that's why we're here today. Kevin said, he introduced me briefly. My name is Casey Mock. This one thing principle is the story of my success in business. I was a county agent right out of school. Actually, I went into construction right out of school in 2007 with my dad, and he was a custom home builder, and that was provided us a lot of opportunities. We could stock show on the weekends. If it was summertime, we were fishing, and if it was in the fall, we were hunting, and Dad was a home builder. I went into business with Dad in 2007. How many of you were in business in 2008? How many of you were still in business in 2010? We weren't. And so late 2008, I applied for a job with the Texas Agri-Life Extension Service in Hays County and was able to get that job. And we went into consulting for ranches and wildlife management, property owners, and I guided deer hunts for Glenn Martin in the fall to just have money for Christmas, literally, because times are tough. And in 2010, I met a man named Gary Keller, and he was working on this book, The One Thing, and he gave me an advanced reader copy, which is like, it's like an artist's proof. It's before the book is published. Biggs, here, I'm going to give you this book. Tell me what you think. And that's advanced reader copy is the one that's on my desk back there. And Gary gives me this book, and it challenged me to think about the decisions I made in life. And so today I ask you all some questions to help prepare you for the program that's ahead of you today, that is the Symposium. I want you to take something from this today to go implement in your program, because I believe you have an opportunity in this thing that is the Symposium to go change your program. I think this is an opportunity that Kevin and the team have invested in and has never existed in the goat business. And he talked about the big four and where you may rank in that big four. It's investments in your time and your business like this that will take you to that next level. So I think if we're going to go there, let's start by asking, why in the world on this Saturday morning we're at a sheep and goat sale in Fort Worth, Texas? I don't know what my next slide is. Why in the world are we at a sheep and goat sale in Fort Worth, Texas? For some of you, it's going to be an investment in your kids or in your grandkids, or for some of you, it's how you make a living, and some of you, it's mind-boggling the money that you make in this industry that some people may say is a recreational deal. None of this makes sense. You hear that. But some of you make a great living in this industry, don't you? And maybe it's a competitive side hustle that keeps you connected to agriculture. I don't know what it is for you, but something brings you here. And that answer would be more like what your big why is, your WHY, your purpose. And having clarity on that purpose is going to drive you to a true north. As you're making decisions in your business, as you're sitting here watching the auction block tonight, if you have clarity on that purpose, that's going to drive your decisions with confidence. So it's going to allow you to formulate a clear plan, right, Max? We try to talk about every calculated step in our business in our real estate firm, everything has a purpose. Everything has an SOP, right, Trish? Because if you don't have an SOP, you're what? SOL. That's what Trish says. So, but I'm going to narrow that down more today. And I want to talk about what singular thing could you take from this conference today that would advance your program when you get back to the farm? What did you come to learn? There's going to be panels on nutrition, panels on marketing, panels on genetics. What you come to learn here today that you can advance your program? I mean, what is the one thing today that would advance you to the next level such that by doing it, you become closer to your goal and everything else that you do with these livestock becomes easier or unnecessary? What's the one thing you could implement today that marketing, nutrition, exercise, herdsmanship, a routine that would make a difference? For some of you, it's just a genetic investment that you're going to have the chance to make this evening. It could be your lead domino. We're going to talk about that in a little while. Could be your lead domino. For some of you, you've got the opportunity to bid on some livestock that's going to take you from playing for sell holes at the majors to having your name called in the champion drive. Man, there's no feeling like that. My brother and I, we showed our entire career. Now, we won a lot of county show stuff, but I never made the sale at a major show. I remember my freshman year at college, my sister was reserve Grand Barra at Houston. Man, having your name called in that champion drive means something, don't it, Biggs? I'm a little bit of a recreational team roper. Just ask Kevin. He'll tell you all about it. And or follow him on Snapchat. I think that's the best way to keep up with my cowboy exploits, right? Huh, Trish? Yeah. So 2 weeks ago, I'm at the Extreme Team Roping Finals in Stephenville, Texas, and there's a couple hundred teams, and it gets down to the short round, the fifth round, right? And the music changes, and the theme changes, and all of a sudden, everybody's in the parking lot. They come to the arena, and the music changes, and they're calling they start at the 20th callback and the 19th, and they get to the 8th callback, and they call my name, and like your back bristles up. That's what we're here for. You want to get your name called, but success in getting there, it's not simultaneous. It's not like today we go talk to Matt and we buy a trailer and we come here and we buy some feed and we go to the sale barn and buy a goat and we're going to advance the whole program together. That's how they used to fight wars in the Revolutionary War, and it just created a lot of casualties, right? Turns out success is sequential. Success in business, success in your business is sequential. It looks a lot like lining up your dominoes, doesn't it? It looks a lot like lining up your dominoes. And if you line up enough of them, with one single flick, you can create a chain reaction that cannot be stopped. That's the story for some of you in this room and your genetic herds and the advantages that you have. If you look at that, it takes how many? 57 dominoes to reach the moon. 57. Think about, how do you apply that? You're like, well, what the heck is this guy talking about? What are we talking about here? One dough that can be flushed can change an industry. You talk about exponential return like this, what do you think, Todd? It's a real deal. It's the real deal. For success in the livestock industry, your lead domino is probably your genetic investment that you're going to have a chance to do today. One of the top deer feed nutritionists, I'm not much of a goat guy. When we were in high school, I played football, and Kevin hurt his shoulder our sophomore year, and he went, talk about singular focus. He went singular focus on this, and his return's been exponential. I've chased more of the wildlife and the ranching side of things, and I had one of the top deer feed nutritionists in the state tell me one time, he said, I had him consulting on a ranch, and he said, Casey, you need to line them all up and shoot them all, because you can't feed yourself out of a hole. You'll never feed yourself out of bad genetics. Line them up, shoot them all, and start over. I didn't want to hear that. But if we wanted to win, that's what we had to do. That's what we needed to do. So many of you here today for the opportunity for bucks, for doe kids, for donors, for embryos, for straws of semen. The next question, your sequence is, what would you do with those when you got home? What are your next sequential steps towards success? And that's what the symposium is. That's why we're going to have panels of experts up here today. We travel around about every 2 months, right, Max? We'll go to a conference, a real estate or a business or a finance conference. And the best ones are the ones where there's not a lecture. The best ones are when there's a panel of your peers that are succeeding that we can learn from and model together. The symposium. That's right here. That's the opportunity that you all have today. The sequence of dominoes for you probably looks like genetics, nutrition, the right plan, the right team, the right execution, and the answers are in this room today. I've got a question. Who here believes that massive success in business or massive success in the show ring is difficult? There's a few hands. Yeah, there's some that don't want to raise their hand, but they're nodding their heads. I can see some of them. Yeah, that's not my first. The lights are bright, but I can still see you under this hat. I went to the best hat store, Biggs. Got me an American, you know what I'm saying? Business success usually is not difficult. Just look around the room. Y'all, I don't know most of you, but you know probably most of you. And you could track back that most of the people in this room that have massive success, I bet you could say, I remember the time that Macon bought this dough. I remember the time that Kevin flushed this dough. I remember the time that Glenn had this buck. And from there, the trajectory went from that mountain to the moon. Success is just a mathematical equation when you sequence your business. You see, most businesses can be broken down like that. All of you probably own businesses that are not, or work in businesses that are not livestock related. So we have a sales company, right? For us, it's a mathematical equation of leads that convert. First you have to have the right conversations. What do you do to put you in the right conversations? Leads that convert to an appointment, clients that close a sale, leverage to scale. Once we have a formula, it's leverage. Leverage just means an organizational growth. So once you have a genetic program that's working, you've identified that, you grow that, you leverage that through embryo transfer is a great example. You grow your ability to have more does, more bucks. You grow your business and your customer base through marketing. That's leverage. And as long as the budget model works, right, we're in good shape. For this industry, I think we hit on that the keys to leverage is going to be found in that ability. But success, I mean, those of you that work around kids that show, it's really easy for us to model them and say, hey kids, success is found in repetitious boredom. I go down to Kevin's farm, their new place, and it's beautiful. I can't wait for y'all to see it. But I go down there pretty regular, and I've never seen kids. I'm sure y'all have some that do, but I've never seen kids that are as committed to the repetitious boredom as what his kids are. You go to the barn, now they're in school. So you can't go there before 3 o'clock. But after 3 o'clock, you go to the barn, and they're not throwing balls. They're not playing grab butt. They're exercising animals. And success is found in that repetitious boredom. My good friend and great coach, Tony DeCello, he said this in a sales context. He said, success is found in repetitious boredom, so the more focused and boring you are, the richer you are. It's not that creative, right, Biggs? So you think about the recipe for success, and it looks a lot like this. It looks a lot like this. What's it take to win? Usually, it's time on task over time. Or you might say it's overkill over time. Your friends are going to call you and say, hey, man, all you do is live in that stinking barn. Why don't you come to the lake this weekend? Your allies, the people in this room, they're going to tell you to keep going. They're going to tell you to keep going. You find out who's on your team. As we move from entrepreneur to purposeful in our business, this is where it becomes more than just instinct or more than just intuition or gut. It becomes through proven models. So how many of you been in this situation? You're trying to work totally off of instinct, your entrepreneur approach, and you're just trying to feed and raise what comes out of your barn. Man, that was us as kids. And it was a ceiling until we broke through with better genetics. And when we broke through with better genetics, we moved toward a purposeful approach in business, and you reach breakthrough and you start scaling quickly, and you start seeing that mathematical equation pay off. See, success leaves clues. The clues to the success are in this room because nobody succeeds alone. Nobody fails alone either. Nobody fails alone. That's why Kevin and his team here have assembled you all, the best breeders in the industry, and invited the best animals in the country. They're going to be right here this evening. So here's a question. Are you willing to say this person's winning and I want to invest in that program? This genetic trend seems to be winning. I want to invest in that program and get out of the chaos of creativity without models. Tim S. Grover was Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan's fitness coach. He said, the greats never stop learning. Instinct and talent without technique just makes you reckless, like a teenage driver in a high-performance vehicle. Dr. John Maxwell, one of the great business coaches of all time, he said, and I was listening to his podcast last week, and it was the top 10 landmines for leadership. The first one is refusing to change. The first one's refusing to change, saying we don't need a symposium like this. I don't need to make an additional investment because we won 3 years ago, and we're going to double down on that dough and hope that fate works out. Refusing to change is his number one landmine for leaders and success. See, as glorious as yesterday's success, yesterday's banners, yesterday's champions might seem, yesterday ended last night. Yesterday ended a little later than midnight for some of us, but yesterday ended last night. So we all must be willing to evolve in our businesses and evolve in our programs and adopt and improve and change if we want to win, because somebody else will be making an investment in tomorrow's success here this evening, right? So like in any business, if we want to hit our goals, we have to be willing to change. Here's a trend line. You can say that's the benchmark, and the further you get away from that trend, the longer path it is to success. I think Kevin's going to say this tonight, but it probably rained on his parade here. This is my favorite Tim Grover quote. He said, "If you think the price of winning is expensive, wait till you get the bill for regret." I love that one. I love that one. So in closing, none of you have to earn the right to learn. In other words, this event or the sale tonight or the show ring come this wintertime, none of those are reserved for the haves. It's not like you walk in the ring, Biggs, at the Houston Livestock Show, and it's only available to those who have placed or won their county show before. Everybody can come. We learn so that we have the right to earn. We learn so that we have the right to win when that opportunity is presented to us. So when you look at your business, in closing, when you look at your business or your herd or your program, here's the question I want you to write down an answer. If you have a pen, write it down. What's the one thing you can do today? What's the one thing you take from this event today during this 3-hour session? Because I think we break around lunch to go preview animals. What's the one thing you take away from this 3-hour session? From the auction tonight, next week when you get home to the barn implementing your process, this month in your herd management, this year in the pursuit of those banners, such that by doing that, everything else becomes easier or unnecessary in your business. Thank you all so much. Go get them. Have a good day.
Well, thank you, Casey. And speaking of my Snapchat story, I definitely got some good ones from the team roping section over there. But hopefully you all was able to take something out of that. I thought it was incredible. Casey went through the talk with me a couple times, and have definitely got a lot of feedback on my phone here from people that really enjoyed that. So thank you very much for putting that together for us. We're going to go into next our educational presentation with our first panel. And the title of this is Blueprints for Success, as my phone's still going off here. Blueprints for Success. And our first topic is going to be nutrition and management. And so I think Blake's got to get a couple of deals set up here, and then we'll bring up our first panel. Again, if you just joined us, refreshments back here in the back, the table's back there. We will roll here until noon, at which point we'll break. And then we'll reconvene at 1:30 at the Fort Worth Stock Show grounds, okay? We'll start, or you can go, we'll go straight there. We will start our live preview of the live animals, streamed as well for those of you online, at 1:30. And so the consigners will talk all of their own live lots here this afternoon at 1:30. When that is over with, whatever time that is, we'll end that and we'll reconvene back over here at 5 o'clock this evening. The room will be reset banquet style. We'll have hospitality, bar service, hors d'oeuvres, and then around 5:45 they'll start serving, and we will go through another panel. We'll talk through the entire offering, the genetic offerings, the virtual lots, as well as the live lots, and we're going to try to start the sale a little after 7. Feedback there. try to start to sell a little after 7 o'clock there this evening. So with that, if you're on our first panel,
Chloe, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
we got Chris Cassidy, Dr. Chris Cassidy. He is live, it sounds like. So our first panel on nutrition and herd management. This panel is presented by actually our presenting sponsor, Durafirm. Our speakers this morning on that is going to be Dr. Chris Cassidy, who's joining us virtually. We got a lot of feedback. Jamie Smith, Trent Kemker, and Dr. Scott Hoyle. So if you guys kind of make your way this way, these panels are going to be very interactive. So if you're watching online, you can chat in a question. We'll have a question and answer section after that as well. But what this is going to look like this morning is almost like you're watching a podcast. It's just going to be a discussion. You know, I don't know that we come to many points of direction other than hopefully we can, through discussion and through interaction with each other, kind of give everybody some ideas of things that have been successful for some of the most successful people in the business. So if it works for you in Montana, it might work differently for somebody in Arkansas or North Carolina or somebody in Texas. And so we've got a pretty diverse group of people on the panels here this morning. Again, this is something that Megan and I wanted to do. We actually had this event planned at the Fort Worth Stockyards Hotel in 2016. And just before we started, I mean, I was signing the contract with the hotel, and I said, I just don't know if the industry's ready. And we pulled the plug, and it's been a dream of mine. We've kind of had some regret ever since then not doing it, and incorporating the education to it. So, Blake, are you good to get started there or no?
Yeah, I think
Okay. So, you think Chris needs to mute his until he's ready to talk? Getting feedback from his line, probably.
Can you hear me?
Okay, so without further ado, what this will be, again, it's going to be a discussion. I'm going to prompt these guys with some questions, and they're going to go through things. So this is the Blueprints to Success. Our first group here, Nutrition and Herd Management. So if you guys all have a microphone, you should be good. You kind of want to tell us a little bit, introduce yourselves in no particular order. Tell us kind of who you are for people that may not know, and a little bit about your family and your business.
I guess I'll start us off. My name's Trent Kemker. My wife and I run Kemker Livestock out of Pomona, Kansas. We run about 300 head of goats, do mainly flushing, a lot of ET work. Got our start a few years ago. We've come a long ways just off bouncing ideas off fellow breeders, our friends, and some of these guys up here. I'm actually in a lot of contact and a lot of discussions with Jamie and Dr. Hoyle about nutrition, breeding, and different protocols we use.
My name's Scott Boyle. I'm from Taylor, Arkansas. I'm a mixed animal veterinary. You know, we've been mainly in the show world. That's how we got started in this. The kids were showing, so we're more of a hobby breeder compared to all these guys up here. But we're starting to do some flushing, and maybe I could have some insight on parasite control. I thought in our part of the world, since we're in Arkansas versus Texas, so hopefully I can help in those standpoints. Thanks.
All right, I'm Jamie Smith with Blue Team Weathers. Started Blue Team like in 1999, so been in the business for a while. We will kid out around 1,200 head of kids every year. Started off when I first got out of college. I worked for ADM for 3.5 years on the nutrition side. Then I went to Cargill and worked for them, and was their, actually toward the end, was their sheep and goat specialist. Worked for them for 9.5 years before I went to work for Behringer Ingelheim selling livestock pharmaceuticals for about 10 years. When I was in college, I started off before the show goats raising. I was in hair goats, I guess, and I'd have about 5,000 head of hair goats, and that's kind of how I paid for college. I run them through the summer months, and then would sell them off. But started off pretty small, about 20 head of goats, and we're up now to a little over 1,200. And so run about 1,000 head of recips, and we flush pretty heavily. So had quite a bit of experience in the industry for a while.
According to my phone here, a couple of you guys needed more coffee this morning or need to speak up a hair better. So the purpose of this, oh, hey, Chris, you there? I'm sorry.
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Oh,
Chris-
yeah, so I'll give you.
Chris, you want to introduce yourself and tell us kind of about your role there with Biozyme and some of your background?
Sure, so I'm Dr. Chris Cassidy. I am currently the Senior Technical Sales Manager with Biozyme, and a little bit of my background actually kind of stems from pretty diversified as far as kind of growing up in north central Illinois, where we raised a lot of row crops, and we ran actually a purebred cattle operation, specifically Angus, but we dabbled in all the other species as well. But in our operation at home, we were extensive as far as embryo transfer goes and premier kind of nutritional protocols, etc. So I did a lot of, obviously I've jumped around a little bit in terms of academics. I spent a few years at the University of Illinois doing my master's and PhD, and then I went on to Iowa State, and I also served as a livestock judging coach for a long time. Worked with some great kids, and in the last 2 years here I've been working with Biozyme, and my role with this company is to provide a lot of support and to try to get in front of people like you guys and help solve problems and help try to bring some value that our company established its reputation upon, and try to help producers like many of the people that are here at this sale today kind of find their value and try to help them reach their goals. So.
Well, thank you, Chris. I want to thank your organization for being a part of it. Austin, if you would back up one slide. Oh, where's Austin? We need to back up a slide here because there is something from a housekeeping standpoint that we need to take care of. The discussion we're going to have today is going to be a little bit raw in places, and that's by design because it is a discussion on things that have worked. But we need to make sure that those of you here and those of you watching online understand that we're not representing ourselves as a symposium group or these speakers as giving a veterinarian directive, okay? These guys are going to tell you some things that have worked for themselves in their programs. They're going to tell you some things maybe that have worked for people that they work with. But so much of what we're forced to do, particularly in the goat side of things, is off-label. And so we want to make sure that everybody understands that we're not necessarily giving in this panel or the following panels, that we're not giving veterinarian advice. So just wanted to get through that with a housekeeping standpoint. So as we get into our discussion here, what I want you guys to do is feed off each other. Again, I don't know where this is going to go. We've got an hour here to talk or right at it. So I don't know where this discussion goes, which rabbit trails that you guys, the four of you, choose to take with some of these lead questions I'm going to ask you. And again, if it gets raw or argumentative, that's by design, because I think we all learn more and get more out of that. So I'm going to start with Trent as the first question, and I'm going to lead this with Trent, and then you guys kind of follow with some things that you all got. I got a text here. I'm going to start with Dr. Hoyle, actually. Without getting too in-depth, I guess, I think there's a standard protocol in cattle and swine particularly, and sheep from a reproductive health and herd vaccination standpoint, okay? Definitely in the goat side of things, it's all over the board, if anything. So, without getting too in-depth, I guess, that's a huge question that we've had as far as people craving information. I know myself, we seem to be, all over the board with things as well. And so kind of what are some things, I guess, that you've seen successful, or what would be, recommendations to people on things that you guys have done from a vaccination standpoint?
Well, can you hear me now? Okay. I I mean, that is probably a question that depends on your area and your herd. I mean, I think everybody's a little bit different. I mean, everybody needs to do some type of Clostridium or CD&T vaccine, but you know, and some people may have more trouble with chlamydia, or some people may have more trouble with sore mouth, and you know, those are going to be more herd-specific problems that you may need to incorporate those vaccines at your place, or I may need to, Trent may not. You know, that's going to vary on things you have trouble with. I don't know that everybody needs to vaccinate for everything. It's probably not a cookbook for. In my opinion, it's a trial and error. You know, what I vaccinate at my house, you know, we do have sore mouth problems, so we do incorporate that into our vaccination protocol now. We do the CD&T or Clostridium vaccines. Those are the main two vaccinations that we do. You know, I know others that do more vaccines, you know, at their places. You know, we incorporate a lot of vitamins as a yearly deal. But as far as just vaccines themselves, I think that depends on your area. You know, even your strains of Clostridium, you know, some people use a basic CD&T. Some people want to make a Clostridium vaccine specific for their farm or their place. And you know, that's going to come with trial and error and what you've had trouble with. And so that would be, I guess, my recommendations there is as far as you're going to have to figure out what's prevalent and what you have problems with, and then, you know, critique your vaccination protocol from there. I don't know. I'm sure Jamie vaccinates for more things than I do on a yearly basis. I mean, what vaccines do you do to your does, or like a pre-flush vaccine? We like to do. Oh, I'm sorry. As far as, you know, vaccinating or timing, you know, 60 days pre-breeding is when we try to, you know, be the last thing that we do to most of these does that we're handling. Timing-wise, I mean, is that kind of where we're wanting to go with this? I mean,
You know, as this goes and as it kind of matures into whatever the discussion goes, that was my next lead question. You know, spin that a little bit, and maybe Trent or Jamie kind of interject here. You know, what time in the reproductive schedule or the calendar, if you will, because essentially this is all going to tie back into reproduction. You know, what point in that schedule do you guys, does your vet have you vaccinating? You know, because we're going to relate all that to stress and whatnot. So kind of at what point in the game do you guys do your vaccines?
I know for us, you know, when we get new ones in, whether they be we buy a new donor or a doe, you know, whenever they get home, we always give them CD&T of, you know, there's multiple CD&Ts you can give, but we're very proactive on when we bring something in to make sure that they come in and they have the same thing that the rest of the herd has. We try to give everything 60 to 45 days pre-breeding, and then try to, you know, not give anything while they're bred. I don't know what you all do, Jamie, but, you know, right there we do a pre-kidding shot late term, but we try to stay away from giving any vaccinations or wormers while they're bred at our place.
The thing that we do is also when we bring in something new, whether it's a recip, whether it's a new purchase from an animal, we try to isolate it from the rest of the herd for about 60 days if we can, to kind of watch to make sure we're not going to bring in something to the others. Like what both have said, the best time to give your vaccinations on your repro shots is going to be pre-breeding. And so you want to get the higher titer levels when you're doing that. If you're doing it when they're open, way far out, you're not going to get near as good a protection level. So you want to go in, and if they've never been vaccinated, the majority of the time you need to give at least 2 rounds of a vaccine. And you're looking, depending on, most of these are going to be killed vaccines, so you need to be at least 2, but preferably about 3 to 4 weeks between shots. So if you're looking at the timing wise and you're wanting to get 45 days out pre-breeding, that means you need to go 30 days before that to give your first round of vaccinations, and you come back and 3 to 4 weeks later give your second round. We use a respiratory and a repro vaccine combination. We make sure we use lepto as well we've got huge wild hog numbers in Texas in our area, and I've seen in cattle operations when I worked that you'd have 10 to 15% pregnancy loss on some places due to that high number of hogs that they had. And the drier it was to where these hogs were forced into water where the livestock were coming to, the worse it would get. So we try to make sure that we give a lepto. We also give a PI3 with ours, and it's not something that a lot of people do, but I saw some sheep operations that had a 20% loss in pregnancy, and when they did some tests, it was a PI3 deal, and that's very uncommon. But what we did is we just used a respiratory and repro vaccine combination to where we could get the lepto and do that. We also tried to use product like biomycin, or if you're more familiar with LA200, something like that, pre-breeding to cut back on some chances of what we feel like chlamydia or some things going in prior to breeding. And then when we come through, we have a set regimen where we come in 30 and 60 days prior to kidding. And when we do that, we will actually, at 60 days, we try to give another biomycin 200 shot that we'll come back 30 days prior to kidding, and we give a biomycin shot again, and we also give a CDNT shot. And we feel like the CDNT shot's very important there because I think that helps a little bit with some floppy kid syndrome issues and stuff like that we see by getting that into the colostrum antibodies into the doe closer to kidding time. So that's kind of what we do as far as that. When we look at respiratory shots, we will give a pneumonia vaccine to our bucks. We'll also come into the babies, and depending on which ones, but usually 30 to, I'm going to say 45 days of age, we'll give a Pastorella shot, like a pre-response SQ shot is what we give, and we'll give half of the dose of what a cattle shot is. So instead of 2 cc's, we'll give 1 cc of that, and that's the same thing when you're looking like a CDNT. The dosage in most of them is like a 5 cc. It's 2 cc's for sheep and goat. So that's what we do as far as the dosage. But I do agree, like what Scott said, some operations you can get by with just a straight CDNT. There's other ones that have more of an issue with the type A Clostridial, and so when you do with that, if you have some deaths, I think it's always good to work with your vet to get some necropsies done to see what is actually taking place, to where if you've got an issue, then you can address it from more of a preventative angle. One other thing I want to say, great conversation before we got started with Kevin's brother, and he got me thinking about the why and I know it's a little off topic, but it ain't going to take long, but it's, when you look at things that make you change and look different, I think the Symposium is a great way of doing that. But I was thinking back in our operation, what made me change and what we were going to do, and one of the things that made me change and say, hey, it's time for us to do something different, was when my wife, who is a huge integral part of it, if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't keep things running. She's the organized one in our operation. It's definitely not me. But when she got started to helping me get this thing going, we got to a spot and said, okay, it's either time we've either got to cut our numbers back and get a little bit smaller and focus on what we're doing, or we need to change and we need to expand and we need to grow it and let her kind of manage and take care of that thing. And when we got to that point, it's where it made a jump and a change. And so you don't think about those things until you get it somewhere and you make it think, but it was definitely her getting in there that made it change. So
yeah, I'm going to chime in there. I mean, I don't think any of us in the room, men, can be successful in our families or in our businesses or our kids in the show barn without supportive wives. And I can tell you from my standpoint, my wife's the glue that holds our whole deal together. We obviously made a big change in our life there last year, diving head on. And since I was a little kid, I wanted to do this industry full-time as a living. And I'm living a dream that everybody says wasn't possible, and you can't do that for a living. It's something you do for fun, as talk show. And it's our family's very blessed to be able to do that full-time. But, yeah, I'm going to double up what Jamie just said there. You know, we made a decision to go full time into it, and could not at all do that, you know, without the support of my wife. So let's open up, and I've got one for Dr. Cassidy online here next. Before we get to him, and Chris, if you want to chime in on any of this, man, get after it. But I'm going to open up a literal.
I'm probably learning just as much as these guys are about different
Okay.
approaches and whatnot. And I would say, you know, we haven't really talked a whole lot about nutritional stuff, and I think you're about to open it up there. But I think the key for me, and what I would just continue to reiterate to most people, is that most everything that we do is not a one-size-fits-all kind of endeavor. And so you have to have that relationship with your vet. You have to kind of be able to kind of diagnose exactly what's going on in your operation. So some guys might have, you know, issues that, you know, wildlife brings in that, you know, people in Montana don't. So I don't need to beat that dead horse, but I think that's really important to kind of consider too.
I was warned about this one. You guys warned me about this one in the back, but I'm going to open up a literal can of worms here, okay, and talk about parasite control. I know it's a broad topic. It's a vague topic. It's a controversial topic. But man, from somebody who gets to see a lot of it, and I know you guys do, and a guy like Glenn sitting out here, it's something that people struggle with, you know, from state to state. Seasons vary. I know, Scott, where you guys are at, you know, it's I couldn't even imagine trying to raise goats, you know, east of I-35. So, you know, can y'all talk a little bit about that as much as you can? And I'm going to go back to our preface of a strong working relationship that Dr. Cassidy just emphasized and we talked about earlier. But, you know, that's something I think that the public needs to hear.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to talk about parasite control. I mean, it is a challenge where we're at for sure. So, I mean, we've been raising goats for probably 10 years. We've had as small a numbers as 10 to right now we're running like 120. So, and wormers don't work very well in our part of the world. South Arkansas, North Louisiana, it's just like a parasite heaven. So we've had to go to lots of different trial and error to figure out what we can do to make it work. You know, at our house, I mean, we'll talk about dewormers in a minute, but we do a lot of rotational grazing. I got cattle that follow the goats. That's probably one of the biggest things we do is, you know, we got cattle on one pasture and the goats come behind, and then vice versa. They just kind of help the cows help clean up the parasites behind the goats. I mean, that's a key at our house. Another key at our house is, sorry, all right. I don't know how much of that y'all heard. So we definitely struggle with parasites. That is our biggest problem that we deal with. You know, I don't know, I may repeat myself here a little bit, but one of the main things that we do to help with parasite control is rotational grazing, and we use the cattle to rotate behind the goats. And that seems to help us as much as anything. We try to rotate through a pasture where these goats are kind of in the woods, eating up off the ground for a period of time, and then just nutrition feed. I mean, we keep high quality alfalfa out in front of our goats almost year round. That's probably the number one thing that has helped us out. So we have to keep them eating something other than grass as much as we can. So, I mean, that's our main ways that we're battling it, because the wormers just don't work for us like they used to. You know, there's combination wormers where we can combine two different families of wormers. We have to do that. At times, we do not mass worm anymore, meaning we don't worm the whole herd every 60 days or 90 days or twice a year. You know, there's a couple of times, or once we'll worm them, you know, all at certain times pre-breeding, but generally speaking, we just deworm the ones that need worming. The less we worm, the better the wormers work. The more we worm, it seems like the less effective they become quicker. I mean, we got to a point a few years ago, we just kind of had to sell out. I mean, the wormers just weren't working, and had to take a year off and try to get a new plan when we come back in, because we got to the point that we just couldn't survive because of parasites. And So, I mean, I don't know to add from there. I mean, there's certain wormers that, that we all use at certain times, but a lot of these things are off labeled. So you have to have a good relationship with your veterinarian to figure out what wormers you need to use. So, but in my area, in Arkansas and Louisiana, I would just say the supplemental feeding is what's made us survive more than anything. So
Let me twist this a little bit. Unless whatever you guys were going to say, go ahead with it. But I want twist on that a little bit, Jamie. Kind of what do you see as the stressors or importance? A lot of people talk just thinking about deworming internal parasites, which are obviously extremely critical. But I know in our country, it seems like the drier it gets, the worse we fight externals, mites and stuff. So maybe, as through the discussion, let's make sure, talk about kind of the stressors and that you see on some of that, because I think that's a huge deal that people miss.
One thing I'd like to add as well is you've got to look. I was fortunate enough to get to listen to a lot of parasitologists in the job that I was in with Behringer for a long time, and I can say some things now probably that I couldn't say then, because then they were like, if it's not on the label, you can't say it, and it's still that way. But luckily, I don't work for the pharmaceutical company anymore and do it on my own, and so it's my own opinion. But the thing that we're looking at is you have to remember this too: the metabolism rate for goats are totally different than what cattle are. So you have to, whatever, there is not hardly anything on the market that's labeled for goats. It's all cattle when you look at the label. Do not go off of that label. When you do that, you have to double the deworming rate. Okay, so if you're using a dewormer that says 1 cc per 110 pounds of body weight, you have to use 2 cc's per 110 pounds of body weight, and that's due to the metabolism. Okay, the other thing that's messed up by a lot of people is when they start to deworm, they will say, hey, that my average weight is 100 pounds, so they set the gun on that. So that average means half of them are below that, half are above. So you just underdid your weight on half of your other ones if you're doing that. So you have to set your deworming specifically for those animals. So if you say, hey, in this whole group, my heaviest one is 200 pounds, you set your gun for 200 pounds and you do all of them that way, and you do for the double the dose to where you don't underdo it, because the worst thing that you can do in getting to a resistance issue is you can underdose the product. Okay, so don't do that, and that will help you stay more effective longer. Also, totally agree what Scott said in spot treating those animals. A lot of times when we bring them up, we look at them and say, hey, there's 50 in this pen. There's about 10 of these that their hair doesn't look right. They're not as fat. They're not as bloomy. So we pull those 10 off. We deworm. We spot treat those, and we don't do anything to the rest of them to where we go back in. And that helps prevent from getting to a resistance issue. I totally agree with using 2 different classes of dewormers at the same time at certain stages, to where if you will get a better kill and less chance of resistance building up. And so when we say 2 classes, you're looking like macrocyclic lactones, which would be like your Cydectin, your long range, your Epernex, your Dectomax, all of those in that class. You're looking at your white dewormers, whether that's Safeguard, Valbazin, Synathic that's in that. And then also you've got to be very careful with the white dewormers close to pregnancy or breeding time period, because they can affect the pregnancies. I've seen a lot of places in goats over the years to where they say it's just in the first stage, the later pregnancies you should be fine. I've been to a lot of places over the years to where there was some abortions right after they heavily wormed with a white dewormer. So we use a lot of the white dewormers when they're open, but we try to not use that whenever they're pregnant, and to cut down in those issues. So that's one thing. The other thing is just like Scott talked about, you can get in certain areas to where it is wet all the time, and the heat, and you're growing parasites. And when they're eating on that grass that is loaded with worms, man, it's hard to stay ahead of it. I've seen some places that the recommendation is nearly get those goats off the grass, get them into a dry lot for about 30 days, feed them some hay, feed them that supplemental feed that you're doing, let them get cleaned out, worm them, and you can get them healthy and you can get them going again versus staying in an environment to where the parasite load is just eating them up. And so some things like that in the rotation and the pastures really help a whole lot. And so I think that's key in staying ahead of it. The other thing that we talked about is you can stay with the same type wormer, and once it's not working, then you go to a different wormer and work with those. But I do think using two different classes is huge. It's what Kevin talked about on external parasites. Lice and stuff can be a huge thing. And when you're raising show goats, when you're looking at shag and hair and all of a sudden you look up and, man, these babies are shaggy, and then you look down and, man, there is no freaking leg hair. That just costs you thousands of dollars. So staying ahead of them and treating for external parasites is key. The other thing that I look at is when you look at the lice and you got biting and sucking, a lot of those have about a 3-week gestation on there. So what we will do is we will treat everything for lice, but then we will come back in 3 weeks later and we will retreat again to try to break that cycle to where all of a sudden we don't have some that hatch out and then cause issues. So planning on what you're doing and having a plan is key from that standpoint, I think, to being successful and staying ahead of your external and your internal parasites.
Kind of chime in right there, and owning an online sale platform now, talking about how this just gets straight into your front pocket. You know, so many of the goats that we see selling online, and it doesn't matter which platform, if it's ours or showgoats.com or SC or Willoughby or whichever one, but so many of the goats that we see selling online, you know they've had lice because their hair is just shucked out. And then this time of year, you know, it's hard enough to have any kind of hair on them with the temperature and the natural cycle of them. But that is something from a just marketing standpoint, trying to sell your babies, man, you better fight for every bit of it you got, because it'll dang sure devalue them if they don't have any hair on them. So, Trent, do you have anything? I've got a question for Dr. Cassidy next. So,
I was just kind of wanting to build on what they were saying. I know for us, we're a younger firm, but you've got to stay very open-minded. You've got to use your peers, other breeders. You know, if you're buying a lot of stock from say Jamie or Hoyle or whoever, you need to be talking to them and see what they're doing and what's working at their house, and reaching out to people that are in your region. I know when we moved to Kansas from Texas, it was completely different. Our worm load was different. What we needed to vaccinate was different. You know, it's not a one size shoe fits all. Comparative to these guys, I know we're more in a confinement setting. We supplement a lot of feed and hay. We're really proactive with worming coming into breeding season. That way we don't have to touch those things after we flush, after we breed. They're clean, they're good to go, and then once we kid, we'll hit them again. But I think if you're not proactive with worming, and from our standpoint, your conception goes down, your herd health goes down, you know, your return on investment goes down, and I think that's included on your matures, your yearlings, your doe kids, and especially, you know, on our sale babies.
One other thing I want to add to that is there's a theory out there, and I truly believe in it, where it says you got 80% you got 20% of your herd that will carry 80% of your worm load. You got certain animals out there genetically that just, it doesn't matter. You can worm them, and they don't get over it. At some point in time, you have to decide when to cut the loss, and for the overall better health of your whole herd program. A lot of times when you find those ones that are just not good doers, it doesn't matter if it is out of Sally or whoever you think your best doe is out there. If she's not doing, you just got to make that tough decision. We got to get her out of here, and sometimes that's the best thing that can happen to make the rest of the herd better when you take that bottom end off. That's just not the thrifty, the better doing ones.
I would like to add to that. If you don't do that, it will get you in the long run. If you have a chronic poor doer, she's going to contaminate your pasture, and then eventually she will contaminate everyone, and you will have a problem where you just have resistance and no worm at all works. And I didn't say it a while ago, a fecal is a small investment, and I suggest that everybody do a fecal with your local veterinarian. That way you know what problem you're actually trying to attack. Do you have coccidia? Do you have intestinal worms? If you don't know what you need to go after, then you're not going to really know what to use. But they're not very expensive. That would be the first thing I would do if I was fighting a parasite issue on the farm, is take some multiple fecal samples to your local vet. Let him tell you where you need to go from there, and then you can formulate a plan. So I should have mentioned that a while ago.
That was good, guys. I got one. The next one's for Dr. Cassidy, and this relates, I know, to myself probably more than any of the questions. And you guys have talked several times about rotations, whether that be pasture or whatever. I want to turn the conversation a little bit to actual nutrition, and I'm going to let Dr. Cassidy take the lead here. But what do you see, Dr. Cassidy, and then the guys can interact here, the biggest nutritional challenges you see raising sheep and goats in a dry lot or semi-confined space? Because I don't think many of us are actually raising per capita on a ranch. I think majority of us, whether you're Jamie with over 1,000 does, or us with 150 or so, the acreage that we're running those things on, they're still getting a lot of their supplemental nutrition through hay and grain. And so that causes obviously a lot of nutritional challenges for an animal that God made to live in South Africa and graze and travel a mile a day or more. So Dr. Cassidy, it's your floor here. What are the biggest nutritional challenges that you see raising sheep and goats in a semi-confined manner now?
Yeah, and actually, I think you summarized it really, really well. I typically start with the conversation on pieces like this, exactly what you just said. A ruminant animal is designed to be out in the wild, grazing like your wild deer that I have up here in northern Illinois, and that's just what they're expected to do. And so when you take them out of their creature of habit comfort zone and you place them in a dry lot situation, I would say that there are challenges that you asked me about, but there's also opportunity too. And so first and foremost, what I would say is that when all confinement systems look a little bit different. And so what you have in Texas may look different than the Carolinas, et cetera. I'll continue to kind of beat that drum a little bit. When you put them in confinement, you essentially gain control. And that can be a good thing and or a bad thing. So you can control how you group them into contemporary groups, and that can allow you to precisely attack the nutritional impacts that you need. You may have a set of does or a set of ewes that are thin, and you can group them together and specifically target a nutritional program for them. You have really good control because you can be very precise with your management and your nutritional practices here. I will say that there are some challenges, but I think that they're not overly hard to overcome. So first and foremost, you need to have a really good manure management program. And I don't need to beat a dead horse here. I know that we just talked a lot about parasites and cocci, and opportunity for that to rise in your system is very prevalent if you don't have a really well-established or a well-thought-out manure management program. Something I would really tell a lot of people to consider is that you may harvest forages in a very similar situation like a hayfield, like they would normally be grazing in a normal grazing situation. But a lot of times forages are stored like in a hay, or you put it in a silage bag for cattle people, or whatever you do. One of the main components that gets lost, obviously there's waste, there's quality that can be lost over time, but something to really think about moving forward for a lot of these progressive producers is the loss in vitamin A. And if you were actually to take your hay, whether it's alfalfa or whatever, if you tested it as a hay versus testing it right before you harvested it, the vitamin A level could be 10 to 15x smaller in the hay sample. So there's a lot of opportunity there for a supplemental program, whether that be through, a vitamin and mineral line. But there's really good research out there and that's coming up in the ranks that shows that vitamin A deficiency potentially has a huge impact on reproduction. There could be as much as a 10 to 15% loss in terms of, embryonic implantation, etc. So that's something to really take advantage of. And then other things too is just imbalances, just keeping in mind that, sometimes what you think you have in front of you may not necessarily be what you have in front of you. So I always encourage producers, test your forages and help work with a nutritionist, work with us at Biozyme through Durafirm, work with us there, just like you would work with your vet to help you develop some sort of nutritional plan that can help overcome some of these challenges. So, that to me is one of the big things. Vitamin A is also really important in skin and hair quality too, and eyesight. And I know that's what we always think of when we talk about vitamin E, but it's huge in skin and hair. And I work with show livestock too. I know how important it is, and it can leave thousands of dollars on the table. So something to really consider that I bring to light, that good supplement programs that are available, even through our company as well, I think can bring some real light to that issue that people don't even really know exists. So I'll let anybody else want to chime in if they, have some more practical experience too.
Another thing on nutrition that you can check on is make sure you keep good minerals out for them all the time. We try to use mineral that has got I really prefer like the chelates or like the Zenpro 4-plex type where you got the copper, zinc, manganese in there that's all chelated, because I've seen when I was on the feed side, I used to do a lot of water samples and see a lot of things to where you would see cattle that were supposed to be black that were red, and they had some high sulfur, high molybdenum, had some high things in there that tied up your minerals, and then in turn that could affect your reproduction, and your breeding rates, your health. And so I know those products are a little higher in value and cost, but I think the bang for the buck when we're in a industry that we're trying to really produce high quality animals, and if you don't get them bred and you don't get them on the ground, it doesn't do good. I think spending that extra money on the better minerals is huge. Also,
I would kind of chime in with that a little bit too, because a lot of these minerals that are available too, you talk about cost of, but I look at it as an investment, and I actually look at it a lot like what you guys talked about with the deworming situation. So if you don't put out a high quality mineral that's fortified to a high degree, it's kind of like setting your gun for the average of the group. And so making sure that you provide them with some, and thinking about mineral antagonisms, just like you said, whether it's in the water, maybe there's something in the hay that's short of something or whatever. But when those minerals are fortified at a high level as well, sometimes as much as 2 or 2.5 times any type of NRC recommendation, that's like setting your gun for the biggest doe in the flock or the biggest ewe or whatever you're doing to make sure that everybody is satisfied from a mineral standpoint. But yeah, it's huge. If you think of every mineral, whether it's zinc, has huge implications on the immune system. I mean, most people have probably even seen on TV, all those different zinc tablets that, you can help shorten the duration of the cold. Zinc is well versed in all species, including humans, to have a huge impact on growth and immune system. Copper, you talked about, obviously has an impact on a lot of neurological things as well as bone growth. We always think of it as they turn brown if they're deficient, but it has a lot to do with growth and metabolic processes. Manganese and selenium too. I mean, they're huge on uterine involution and repairing that uterus postpartum so that animal can get bred back on time, and you have that opportunity to continue moving your genetics in the right direction too. So I couldn't agree more. I think nutritional things, and obviously I'm a nutritionist, so this sounds very biased, which I am. I'm very passionate about it, but you are almost better off having fewer goats that are managed appropriately than you are having a large herd that doesn't get the proper vaccination protocol, doesn't get the proper nutritional intervention, etc., in my opinion.
Cassidy, while you're on there, we talked a little bit, and I heard you talk about vitamin A usage, and that kind of prompted a question for me. We're using all of the Durafirm products there at the farm on our goats. But one thing we got into on some conception rates, we feed all Littner feed to our does, 241, and we feed all show feeds to our babies and our cell babies. But we were feeding a very little hay, in a couple of years ago, I guess. We're feeding very little hay, and Jason Littner actually identified that I think we need to introduce more hay. In my argument back to him, I said, okay, well, I'm just trying to balance cost, and in a lot scenario, I said the primary ingredient in our 241 feed that we're feeding was alfalfa. And he says, okay, I get that, and they're going to sustain, body condition and flesh and all of that, but when we cook that feed to make the pellet, we're losing a lot of our vitamins and minerals through the heat process. So do you want to kind of chime in on there? I kind of want you to lead this question into the importance of organics or naturally occurring vitamins and minerals through forage, balancing that with grain supplementation, and then maybe tie that back into forage digestion, fiber digestion, which is some of the products or the mainstream of you guys' business. I know that's a lot.
Sure. Yeah, so that I could talk about this for hours, but I don't want to, obviously eat up all the time. But I think it's important to go back to always understanding exactly what a ruminant is designed to do. And so they're put on this earth, as far as a ruminant animal, to convert structural carbohydrates that you see in hays or whatever into a form of energy that they can use. And so never forget about the importance of that. And really, sometimes, hay has such an important role when the animal consumes it. It's just buffering that ruminant environment, because when that animal ruminates, chews its cud, re-swallows, and whatever, there's a lot of bicarb that's built into the saliva too, and helps kind of keep that buffer in check. And to really kind of answer, or really probably to start a discussion on a very loaded question, you were kind of talking about, you've got complete feeds, you've got different hays. How do you balance it all together? Nutrition needs to be a very targeted approach. And just like deworming, just like vaccinating, all those things that we talked about up to this point, you have to know exactly what you have, because maybe different groups of ewes or does that you have need to be managed differently. And so you need to know what their requirements are and what your goals are moving forward with them. After that, I think you need to consider kind of what you have. And so everybody has different available feed ingredients, whether it's grains, whether it's different alfalfa hays, whatever. Consider what you have, and I highly recommend people to test their forages. I know that if you buy a premix or you buy some sort of bagged feed, you have a guaranteed analysis, so that work's pretty much taken care of. But I tell most people, you would be surprised at what your forage actually tests like. So if you're feeding some supplemental hay or whatever, and that will help you kind of design what direction you want to go. And it will help identify antagonists. Just like they were talking earlier, if you ever know how minerals, they're so small in the portion of the diet that the animal consumes every day, that they have such a big impact on what you're trying to improve. And there's fantastic results, and there's data for decades on the impact of it that's well established. But how minerals work is that they can interact with each other, because it just basically boils down to biochemistry. Their chemical composition can bind other minerals, so that's kind of what brings to life the popularity of the organics, because what an organic mineral is it's attached to typically an amino acid. So it changes that chemical composition, or changes that structure where there's no interference within a ruminant animal within the rumen as they're starting to digest it. And so I think tying this together with forage digestibility is something to kind of remember as well, because we need to optimize forage digestibility to the highest degree, because any type of mineral that's floating around in the room that hasn't been metabolized yet, if you have poor forage digestion and you have poor gut health, those minerals actually stick, or they can basically get stuck on those undigested feed particles and flow right through the animal. So you can always look at guaranteed analysis and say, hey, there's enough copper in here, there's enough zinc in here, there's enough selenium in here, whatever mineral you're trying to target. But if you don't have proper fiber digestion, that will limit the absorption of that mineral. So just remember that. I always tell a lot of our sales guys, or I tell a lot of my customers, I say, hey, look, like, the guaranteed analysis is no more than just telling you what proof your whiskey is. It's just the concentration of it. But how you get that animal to consume it, absorb it, and utilize it is the most important part. And that comes with kind of the forage digestibility. That comes with gut health as a whole. And so that's kind of why we designed, that's the bread and butter of our company. That's a little bit of why we designed the products the way you do, because you get the gut health enhancer in Amifirm that helps support digestibility and improve VFA production for energy and protein degradation and utilization. But it's carried on a really high quality mineral that was fortified with organics. And so that's why we've seen incredible popularity there, because it's, again, kind of all encompassing, all holistic view rather than looking at singular minerals. Nutrition is it's hard to understand, but it is very big picture. If you are single, it's just like breeding your goats. If you're a single trait selecting for one thing, you may not be successful in the long term. Nutrition is no different. You need to look at the whole picture, know what you have, know what your goals are, and understand how all these different nutritional components interact with each other. And that's what we're here to help for. If you ever had questions, I'm not hard to get hold of.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy. Dr. Hoyle, the cool thing about this, we've got several hundred people watching online here from all over the country, and one of our questions we've received, and hey, you answer this how you want to answer it. Somebody has asked, this is Sheila Kelso, has asked, if they want to know what their animals' vitamin minerals are, okay, or copper levels, or zinc levels, or ADE levels, like how's my herd standpoint? Can we pull blood on that? Is that something that we can check? Is that something they need to consult a veterinarian with? Or how would you know, I guess, is the question. How do we know if we're good or not?
Well, can you hear me? All right. So yes, you can pull blood and you can test those things. It's not a routine thing that's done. It's more common if you're having a problem, like this year we had a gentleman that was having trouble when the ewes were lambing and had multiple issues, and we ended up testing the feed before we tested the animal, and it was a copper deficiency. Copper and calcium both were having trouble in those. So you can test the animals. You have to get with your local veterinarian and do some blood testing, but sometimes it's easier to send the feed off first if you think it's a nutritional problem and see how your feed tests. Those are not a routine test or a common test that we would do on a herd basis. Checking, I guess your question is checking vitamin A levels, and yeah, that's not something that's routinely done unless there is a problem, I would think so.
Okay.
Yeah, and one thing I would tell a lot of people, this is a question, and I diagnose, and I'm not that full disclaimer, but when I have to deal with customers that have problems, one thing I always tell them is to check their water. And it's something that always kind of comes up, and hey, why don't you take a water sample too? You'd be amazed at some of the information, because a diet of an animal is not just the feed, which it's important to test all that, but it's also in the water source too. And sometimes they may exhibit a copper deficiency because their water's high in sulfur or their water's high in this, so it's tying up that copper where that animal can't absorb it.
Okay, thanks, guys. Let's turn this a little bit back towards kind of the goats themselves, okay? And Jamie or Trent, whichever one of you wants to kind of take this question and chase this rabbit. We've had some questions here chatted in as far as body condition on your bucks, does, recips. Do we need to be fat? Do we need to be healthy? Do we need to be athletic? Kind of how do you monitor that? Where do you think that needs to be from a longevity standpoint?
From a longevity standpoint, a breeding standpoint, if they're too fat, your breeding rate, your conception is not going to be as good. I know coming into breeding season, they've got to be healthy, they've got to be worm-free, and we'd rather them be on the skinnier side, coming into to getting some cover on them. Like our recips, if we don't use them or we bring a new set in, we winter them pretty hard. That way they're skinnier. We can start to push them coming in to breeding season. And then, when we get into breeding season, we up our energy and our feed intake, and that seems to help a lot with our conception rates. We're a little smaller scale, so I'm not sure how that correlates to what Jamie's doing or Hoyle's doing, but, if they're fat, more than likely they're not going to breed, they're not going to flush. You have a lot more issues. I don't think your flush guys will enjoy cutting them open as much. They've got a lot of layers of fat to cut through.
Sorry, checking questions here. Recips. Recip specific, okay? Just in you guys' opinion. What makes the best recips? Is it a full-blood Bordeaux? I know Jamie likes those. Is it the miniature Spaniards? Is it a blend? And then just kind of talk about recips, because man, that is a huge topic of discussion. I've got 3 questions here relative to that. Recips, as lots of us know, are also a huge investment. Good ones aren't cheap. Cheap ones aren't usually good. Sale barn ones are hit and miss. You can't be successful in a flush program without them. They're such a huge factor in reproductive success. And without getting too far into the repro topic that the other guys are going to talk about next, but from you guys, and try not even to go into repro, just recips. What is your philosophy on recips? And then how do you kind of condition those things? Because obviously it's different than your donors. They don't do as well in some situations. So talk about recips.
I do prefer Spanish over the boar. I used to think when I first started flushing that I wanted bigger ones because these kids were so big and we needed to give more room to get out, but that's not the case. I think a Spanish goat can have a bowling ball. They're just able to get those babies out. They're great mothers. When they have the babies, you could drive by with the feed wagon and they'll stay there with that baby. That boar might run off and forget she even had a baby. So the Spanish ones do an awesome job from that standpoint. Also, when you get into Spanish, they are probably the more aggressive. They are the meaner ones a lot of times. So we try to, looking at the management of that, try to get our recips together. Our goal is to about 60 days prior to when we're going to put them in there to let them kind of get their pecking order put together. The other thing that we try to do is you've got some that are a little bit more timid in those recips. They just get beat up a little bit more. So we also offer some blocks that we'll put back out away from the normal feeding area to where that timid one, she's got more access to maybe the free choice feed all the time type deal, to where hopefully that she'll go ahead and take, because if she's standing back there and not going to come up to the feed trough because she's afraid she's going to get beat up, there's a pretty good chance that she might not take on that embryo, and that's the key part. So we just try to make sure we've got good mineral in them, that we get them together 60 days ahead of time, and get that health program and everything lined up in them, going to them, and then kind of like Trent talked about, then we start pushing their nutrition and their energy level a little bit more going into it, to then hopefully get them to where they'll take and do better.
I'm going to let the guys talk about energy levels and timing here in a minute. I don't want to steal their thunder too much. Trent, question for you. We'll get a little feedback too, guys. So if you're not talking, if you would turn your mic off, so that we don't get feedback. It's more online than even here. So Trent, question for you. Age of recips, what do you like to start with? How long you like to keep those things around? I can tell you from our standpoint, we've had success sourcing ranch raised, either virgin Spanish yearlings or they just weaned their first kid. Is that something you guys like? And then kind of what's your cycle of how long you like to keep those around?
Personally, we like buying virgin yearling recips, bringing them in the spring. And I think one of the important things about, your success with flushing and recips is getting those things and getting them conditioned and getting them integrated into your herd. A lot of these guys and a lot of my buddies, they'll call me and be like, man, we're flushing in 30 days. We got to get our recips. Well, it's not going to work as good as if you have those things 90, 60 days ahead of time, and they've been at your place, they're integrated into your program. But back to that, we really like Spanish recips along with Jamie. I like virgin recips. You know exactly what they're going to do the first time. They're usually a little bit more sticky. And then if we have issues, we cull them off. If one doesn't milk good or one doesn't take, we cull those off. And with virgins and buying yearlings, I think you get more lifespan out of them. And we'll use them until they don't work or they're too scarred up and our flush guy says not to. And then every year we'll cull off a covey of them and buy new and keep some fresh in. That way we always have a new set just to integrate into our program.
Okay. We got two more questions here for this panel. So if you're here in person, you have questions, raise your hand, shout them out, as we get done here with this panel. But next one, for any of you, one of you take the lead with this. And a popular question that was asked for you guys to address is how do you get cell babies ready? We've talked a lot about our repro and our breeding herd. We haven't really talked about cell babies, and that's the money in your front pocket, the quickest return on investment people get. So, man, what's your plan? What's your secret to success? I know you guys sell them high, and rightfully so, because you guys win a lot. Your programs are successful. We market them, you guys get them ready. So what's your secret to success, or what would you say some do's or don'ts on getting cell babies ready?
I think the key to that is just checking them. A lot of people think that raising goats is easy and you kick them out there and it's kind of like the cattle deal and you stay away from them. And man, it's probably one of the most labor intense ones that you've got. And so, we check babies constantly if they've got scours. You check them, you treat them, you doctor them, you get them over weekly. We run them through. We give them probiotics weekly. We deworm them if they need it. We're checking fecals for coccidiosis, for worming. We start day weaning 30 days before we're going to sell them, to where they're staying up and we're feeding them, and then we're kicking them back at night with their mamas and watching them that way as well. We do not. A lot of people start drenching them with fat, with some stuff like that. We don't do anything like that. It's just kick them, bring them in, let them eat, kick them back to the mama to where they can go nurse, and you get some extra condition on them. And then they're, most of the time, it's hot, it's bad weather outside. If we've got them to where they're up on the inside and they can get out of the weather and they can eat, versus if it's raining outside, that they just do better. So we just kind of monitor them that. We watch to make sure we treat them for lice regularly. We deworm them regularly. We give them probiotics regularly. I'm going to give my wife all the credit on that. It's when I was working in the feed, one of the dairymen said the secret to raising good dairy calves was finding a woman to take care of them, because they did a better job than the guys, and I totally agree with that. My wife constantly looks at it and says, hey, these are not just right. We need to work at it. And she sees the little things in there that you might not. And the ladies are better, like, hey, we're going to go take care of it and get it done right now. Guys, we've got stuff going, and a lot of times we'll say, hey, I see that, but we're going to go feed and finish doing that and get back to it in a little bit. And you might not get back to it until 2 days later, where she gets to it right then. And so I think you've got to have a schedule and how you work them, and I think environment to where they can get up out of the heat. They can stay cool. I think the facility part of that makes a huge difference as well.
Yeah, and with that to add on, I think being proactive, I know that's something we talk about a lot, and having a plan, and that's not something you make, today this is what we got to do. We have a protocol and a plan that we run through every set of babies, and we treat them all exactly the same for the most part. And just being consistent, like Jamie said, checking them, making sure there's nothing wrong, being consistent with working them, making sure they're parasite free. That has a bigger effect on them than any of us would ever dream, whether that be worms, lice, mites, any of it. If they're off one day, you're behind a week. And we're a firm believer in that. You've got to stay on top of it. You've got to stay in front of all the issues, and you can't let it become a bigger issue. Like Jamie said, walking through them, finding those issues right there at the start and taking care of them, knocking them out. Gut health is really important. Like Jamie said, our wives are awesome. And I didn't really believe mine. She was like, hey, I think we're having a little gut health issue, and we're not utilizing our feed correctly. We're pretty proactive with worming and keeping those things going. And that's something we added the last 2 years into our protocol is using some probiotics and using some of the things that VitaFirm and DuraFirm have out there. And we've really seen a big difference with that. Feed intake is the biggest. Feed, milk intake is that's where you're going to get your bloom and get them sale ready. We don't do a lot of drenching and fats like Jamie was getting into. They've got to have a good feed intake. They've got to utilize their feed, and their gut has to be right in order to have them things right to sell.
Thanks, and I'm going to just compound what you guys say. Our cell babies, we've been real fortunate, and they sell well, and we've got 3 keys to success. The first, I guess 4, we make sure the parasites are out of and off of their recip mamas. That's number 1. Number 2, we make sure when we band them, we don't let them get infected. We watch those daily. As a contemporary group, we catch them, we feel them, are they getting dry? And the day they start cutting, we cut them on our cell babies, because if they get infected, I'm going to tell you their lower butt goes away, their loin goes away, they start shucking hair because they fever a little bit, and that's a huge one. And then the third one for us is, personally, it's no secret, we bleed pink on the feed side of things. I want to get as many pellets of Show-Rite Advancer Plus in their belly as possible between the time they're a month old and when we sell them. And that's all. And Dr. Cassidy, I want you, in your next leading question, to touch on this a little bit before you answer the question I'm going to ask you. But these guys said they're not drenching. I get all the time. Are you drenching dye into your cell babies? You giving oil to them? Man, heck no. Because in the infancy stage, and I'm not a nutritionist, Dr. Cassidy can go with this here in a second, but especially in the infancy stage of their rumen development, any kind of oil or fat you put in there is going to smoke their villi, and it's going to just make them decrease consumption and all of that. So whatever show feed, there's a bunch of good ones. Whatever show feed you're deciding to feed, or high quality commercial feed, they have to have a lot of clean intake and digestibility and rumen function. And so, Dr. Cassidy, if you would touch on that just a little bit, but as our last question, after you touch on that, I'd like you to give the audience, both here and online, kind of give us a little bit about Concept-Aid and DuraFirm. I know we're big believers in it. We feed Concept-Aid mineral, and we feed Concept-Aid tubs. We've got them in every pen. I know a lot of the producers here do as well, and it's a big part of our success story. We can utilize hay a lot more consistently. I'm learning, just like the rest of you are sitting here, and those guys talking about their recip health. And, if you've got good mineral or good tubs and good hay out, that one that's a little bashful from the feed trough and you're not so grain dependent, she has a chance to be successful. And so if you would, Dr. Cassidy, answer the infinite, kind of the cell baby gut health question just briefly, and then tell us a little bit about Concept-Aid, some of the value in you guys' products, and we will wrap up the nutrition herd management. If anybody has any questions as we wrap up here, please let us know.
Yeah, so great question. And actually, it's a little different species, but I just conducted a study with some dairy calves with the same kind of concept not that long ago. Found a lot of really cool things that the Amifirm advantage that our product brings to the table. But the moral of the story is that when those babies are young, these ruminant animals, it takes them a while for that rumen to develop, just like you said. And so when you think about big picture and kind of what your goal is down the road of like creating this winning show goat or winning show sheep or whatever you're trying to create, the people don't realize that the immune system, 70% of it is in the gut. And so really keeping these animals healthy as a whole really boils down to a lot of how do we control or how do we build up and develop that gut from day one. And so I always say a lot of times, like, sometimes more is not necessarily better. When we are providing animals with like oil-based drenches or whatever, it's actually really toxic to a lot of bacteria that are good, or the good bugs, if you will, in the rumen. And what that can do is if they don't have the opportunity to populate, then you're exactly right. You're going to smoke that villi. They're not going to have the ability to produce the butyrate and the different VFAs within that gut to help stimulate that villi growth. And if you don't get it as a young animal, it'll never come. And if you don't get good villi strength, you open yourself up to chronic, disease, because if you think about the GI tract, it's the only voluntary system in the entire animal that prevents pathogens from entering. And then you just won't get enough out of these animals. So you'd be saying, well, this one's genetics or this and that, but if it doesn't have a gut that was developed right, that can't digest feed, that can't convert, you're not going to maximize your genetic investment either. So it's so critical in those first, 2-3 weeks worth of life that you protect that gut and you give them different, prebiotics and different enhancers to help make that a priority for them long term. And that's not just in the show thing too. You think about that prize doe, or if you've got a doe kid that you've got to take all the way out, and your goal is to make her a donor, gut health is going to be pretty important, and it starts as early as day one. So keep that in mind. And that's one of the cool things, and it segues just nicely into Durafirm. And the reason that we developed the product Durafirm that we did was because it gives you the opportunity as a producer to provide your animals with two products in one. And the misnomer is that Durafirm is just a vitamin and mineral pack that's got organic sources of copper, zinc, manganese, and really elevated levels of those vitamins like we talked about. Like vitamin E is huge in terms of reproductive success, but you get that at a high level, but you also get the gut enhancer, Amifirm. And the Amifirm works as a prebiotic, and it's the only one in the marketplace that not only helps grow the good bacteria in the gut, but also helps grow some of the fungi and helps release some of the enzymes endogenously. And so that's always a good thing, because regardless of what you feed them, the animals have the ability to secrete enzymes to help break that feed down and help absorb it and help utilize it more effectively. And if we give them the tools internally to create those enzymes through Amifirm, we give them the tools to strengthen that microbiome, we prevent health issues, we better utilize feed, and it's all carried on a high quality mineral pack. And so obviously there's growing tremendously in popularity, the Durafirm lines. I know that Dr. Hoyle's been using it. He's had some great success. We think it's a great product, and essentially stemmed from our Concepted line in the cattle. And we launched it a few years ago, and we're seeing amazing results. And I think again, I've always said it once and I'll say it again, nutrition is the last place you ever want to skimp if you want to be a progressive breeder. You're better off having fewer head and providing them with premium nutrition than you are having a huge volume within your flock and not giving them what they need. Don't ever sell yourself short in that regard. So gut health is important. It's important from day one, because if you don't have that gut working right, you open the door for a lot of diseases, and you leave a lot of meat on the bone in terms of production later on in life. So that's kind of my spiel. So anybody else want to chime in?
Dr. Cassidy, thank you. Dr. Hoyle, Trent, Jamie, man, you guys have opened yourself up to knowledge of your programs, how your keys to success, and I know I've learned a lot. My phone's blown up here with thank yous and questions, and I just want to thank you guys for being a part of this symposium, for your information here this morning. We also will have a question and answer session later, at the end. So if you have some of that, but guys, thank you so much for participating with us this morning. Up next, let's take some of you look like you need to get up. So let's take a 5-minute break. At 9:52, we will start back with reproduction, and excited to have Doug Edge, Earl Peacock, Steve Sturts, and Macon Stork on our panel for that one. So take a 5-minute break. 9:52, we'll get back rolling. Well, as everybody's kind of getting situated and getting something refreshment and getting rid of some refreshment and whatnot, I want to kind of go back over our schedule for the people that have just come in or just started tuning in online. Again, we will go here as we complete the morning. We'll go to noon or go through noon with the educational program here this morning. We will do a live preview of all the live animals at the Fort Worth Stock Show barn. That'll be in the swine barn, which is the furthest west barn. You'll pull in off of Trail Drive through the main entrance. They've got some designated parking there for you, and so you can come into the, you got my good side, Austin? You got my good side? Okay. You come in the main entrance off of Trail Drive. If you're from Texas, it's the entrance that we come into when we come into the stock show to check in. So you'll come in there. They've got parking there in front of the swine barn. We'll do a live presentation and preview of all the live lots. The consigners will talk their own animals there at 1:30. That'll be broadcast for those of you online as well on this same link here and same social media channels as well. And when that's over, we'll break. Come back through. This room will reopen at 5 o'clock this evening with hospitality, hors d'oeuvres, refreshments, and then we'll roll into a meal this evening as well as a commentary panel with myself, Glenn Martin, and Cooper Bounds of the entire offering in catalog order there. Talk through the entire offering with you, and then we'll have a sale shortly after 7 o'clock. With Kevin Went. I hope he's in the zip code. Actually, I hadn't heard from him yet this morning, so hopefully Went's here, but we'll get that handled. A little bit about the symposium, and guys, if you're on the repro panel, why don't you make your way up here so we can stay on track. Doug, Earl, Sturts, and Macon, if y'all could make your way up here, that way we can kind of stay on schedule. But a little bit about the symposium and kind of the vision of this, and I didn't talk about this morning because I kind of got a little emotional, but Spence and I started the Friday Night Fiesta 11 years ago now. And it was an idea actually that Jason had, and we got together and put that together, and we ran that sale there for 9 years together. And hey, at the end of the day, we looked up and talking about a system that wasn't broke, even though that last year was our best year ever. We were standing alone in San Angelo because we were the only one left. And you know, we had talked about doing something different, and you know, one of our slogans here was not just another goat sale. And I think if you look around Milligan, we're definitely not just at another goat sale here today. So thinking of how we can do stuff more progressive and how to have a good time doing it. You know, this is an awesome place that we're fortunate to be able to come to and do that. A little bit about the monetary goals or the money associated with the symposium. Last year, after Jason's passing, we started running the Fiesta as a net nonprofit, and what we did there is we spent the net proceeds generated from commissions at Kansas City at the American Royal. We bought, I don't know, Trent would have to confirm this, we bought 6 or 7 of the 10 premium sale goats at American Royal, and we were on 30 buyers tickets at San Antonio. And so the net proceeds of now the symposium from commissions is going to continue to support those kiddos. So what we will do, we've actually added OYE into our goals this year, and we're going to continue to buy projects at Kansas City at the American Royal, at San Antonio, and this year at OYE. So just a little bit about the event. Jason's still riding there with us. So missing him, but you know, we know he's there with us. So, man, I don't know if we could have a more qualified, maybe senior on your left of the table, group of speakers to talk about repro. And man, I am super fired up about this panel to discuss reproductive health, reproductive theory, a little bit of everything. And again, guys, like we talked in the nutrition panel, you know, there'll be some rabbits here, and you guys chase them however you want to chase them. You know, it'll be raw again in places and argumentary. And Macon, I was at Macon's house a couple of days ago, and he goes, man, there's a real good chance I'm not going to agree with a lot of what they say. And I said, that's perfect. That's why you're on it. So hopefully Macon will be as outspoken here behind the microphone as he is in the back of the room, and create some commentary and some discussion here. So the three guys closest to me are very close friends of mine. They're big parts of our business and our family. And Doug Edge on the far side of the table there, representing RSG, just a wealth of knowledge. So without further ado, I guess, Doug, do you want to start? Again, kind of housekeeping here. When you're not on your mic, if you could turn it off so we don't get a bunch of feedback from each other. But introduce yourself. Tell us about yourself, where you're from, and about your business. And again, we want to thank RSG for being our presenting sponsor of the Repro segment here. Really, really appreciate y'all being on board.
Thanks, Kevin. It's great for us to be involved this year at the symposium. We're excited about it. Dr. Tad Thompson and our team back at RSG send their regards. He's at the stock show back in Indiana today with the family showing some sheep. So I get to fill in. I will pre-qualify that. I am not a veterinarian. So those technical type questions, I'm going to have to defer to others on this panel. But from a reproduction standpoint, RSG is probably the leader in the U.S. in terms of small ruminant reproduction for both sheep and goats. We probably AI and ET and collect semen on more females and bucks than anywhere in the country. We have a storage facility that we house about 300 plus units of semen and embryos in at 11 in Indiana. And it was great to listen to the last panel because the things that they were sharing from an animal health and nutrition standpoint is what we believe in as well at RSG. And we do have our own line of nutrition products and breeding services that we offer and genetic services. So excited to be here. My family raises livestock as well, Edge Livestock. I'm here with my wife, Lisa, and Jordan Amberg is with us as well, who leads up our nutrition and our genetics side of the business. So pleasure to be here.
I'm Macon Stork with Stork Livestock. Obviously not a vet either. I went to school long enough to almost be one though. We run primarily, around 50 does. Pretty heavy on the embryo work. I'd say we're 80-90% embryo babies around our place. So do a lot of outside breedings. We sell a lot of semen, bucks, little bit of everything on that end. So try to be pretty diverse and open, and what we have is typically always available. So past that, that's about all we've got going there. So I'll let Earl.
I'm Earl Peacock. I do AI, embryo transfer, for a living in sheep, goats, and deer. Been doing that for about 20 years plus. Also raised some goats myself and my family. We started back in 1998 with my dad raising goats and got involved with embryo transfer and artificial insemination. And glad to be a part and look forward to the discussions.
My name's Steve Sturts. I run Sturts Show Goats and Sturts Reproduction. Was a county agent for 15 years before that and worked with lots of producers, sheep and goat both based. We do AI. We do about 400 head per year through my facility as far as embryo transfer work. I don't do the transfer work myself. We just do the setup, the AI, the production part of it. We provide recips for some. We kind of have an A to Z or whatever you want to do through our facility. And then we have a mobile unit where we go and help primarily for flushes, but also some regular AIs.
So I don't know exactly where to start here because I've got a lot and how to make it flow and so it's constructive and it also doesn't end too quick or we don't take 8 hours talking, because talking about investments tonight, whether it be semen or embryos or donors or whatever, none of that provides return on investment without reproduction. So we starting on our building blocks to success, we started with nutrition and management. And so once we have those, those core things down, now we're going to go into reproductive success or reproductive programs. Sturts and Macon. One of you two guys take the lead here, because I think on the stage y'all probably run more does than the counterparts. There's numbers of goats. Maybe talk about, this is a very vague question, but it was one that was brought up like 3 times, so I'm asking it. What's the 12-month life cycle, big picture? Just kind of, what's the year look like for your reproductive herd? Well, that's a vague question. Starts first time on the mic, so.
So I think that it kind of depends on when you flush and what you do, but I think the biggest thing that we do is, and we could have a class on just this. You talk about recip management, you talk about donor management, you talk about the health of those individuals, and they talked about the nutrition and all that. And so without getting into that, I think that you just have to have them set up in groups. I think you need to keep your recips in groups. I think the hierarchy in goats is more critical than any other species. And I think that when you start mixing and matching, you cause stress, and I think stress causes problems with reproduction. So I think that's the first thing, grouping, management of groups, management of your donors and recips in a way that's going to be where you can, what I call flush feed, meaning up the energy, do the certain things with your vitamins, your vaccines, and all that, as was talked about earlier. But I think the biggest thing that we lose track of in all of that is buck management, and I think that's the one thing that we talk about herd management. We talk about what we do with the does all the time, and we forget completely about the bucks. And the biggest thing I see when I go to people's places are that they're not taking care of their bucks. And a lot of it can be mites. Most of it is mites from time to time. There's other reproductive things, but I think we have to keep better care of our bucks. And so when you look at buck management, I think that starts when you're starting to do your donor management. You better be looking at your bucks and doing some buck management, and we'll probably get into more of that later. But as far as 12 months, I mean, it all kind of depends on when you start. Obviously, in the Midwest, these people have earlier stuff. If you do flushing year-round like we do, we have to have different groups. We have to group them. We have to manage those groups, and we have to plan ahead as far as our vaccinations, whatever those may be, as far as our flush feeding, as far as our worming, our external parasites, and those type of things. So that changes based on your region. It changes based on how much flushing you're doing, and it's obviously goes in with your veterinary health and your nutrition and that type of thing.
Okay, Mike, I'm going to tweak that question since I asked it and heard the first answer. Try to guide the answer a little bit. Tell us at Stork Livestock, okay, kind of go through, y'all flush this time of year, that time of year, your major kidding groups that you try to produce there, and then what are some differences maybe in challenges that you see during those different times of the year that you're all trying to flush babies, and then we'll lead that into a question for one of the guys on either side of you.
Okay, so typically in our operation, we really just kid twice a year, essentially. I mean, our main set for us, for Texas majors and a little bit of crossover there, is we're going to kid late March through May, primarily. I mean, we may have some stragglers later, but that's our go time is about 45 days. That'll be almost everything we have. Our other set, I guess the last 2 or 3 years we've started growing a little bit, would be we will kid again in December, kind of hit the more of the out-of-state stuff, Dallas type stuff. So we're probably different than most, that we're not as year round or whatever. I mean, we're pretty tight groups there. And like in our December set, we're one time. We breed one flush, we AI a handful, they all kid within a week, we're done. So our rotation or schedule there would be, starting with like recep in. I mean, like I said earlier, we're 80-90% embryo babies, so obviously the recep deal is very important. We try to bring those in. Throughout the year we'll need new ones, fresh ones, whatever. We bring our receps in typically February, March time. That's about when we can get a hold of the good ones from the guys we get them. I will roll those till the fall. I like to have everything 6-8 months, hopefully, to get used to where we are on our feed, on our vaccination protocol, and et cetera. So we'll kind of bring those in, start on there. We do the one summertime flush in July, which is a struggle for us initially because, like Steve said, don't forget about your bucks. That's a bad time of year to be breeding. It's hot. Them things have been sitting there for 2 or 3 months, not being used near enough. So we try to start about a month out, set some does up periodically, go through, keep those things cleaned out. We do all our, they touched most of this in the last topic, but most of our vaccinations and things, we will start about a month before we cedar, run everything through, get everything work pretty good. We usually come back with something, worming type wise on cedar date, get all that settled, and like Steve said, kind of getting acclimated. When we put our groups together, we separate our donors off. I'm pretty big on consistency as far as nutrition and environment, so we don't change a lot of stuff throughout the year. I mean, we feed hay year. We're kind of dry allotted like most people, especially this year. They get some grass when they get it, but it's been a while. So we do feed hay year round. I'm a stickler for the consistency of we buy the same feed from the same place. We buy the same hay from the same place. We try not to change and make drastic changes on their system. I think that's a big part of our deal. I like to run those things together in the same place, and when we bring them up, put embryos in, they go right back to the same place they were with the same group. That's kind of our main priorities there. But like I said, we got 2 sets, kind of rotate through. We're a little tighter knit than most people kidding all the time, but that's how ours flows.
Okay, Earl, if you'll take the lead on this next one. And I'm typing and kind of directing this deal as you guys bring up topics that I think we need to talk. So relative to when we need them born, right? And if you live in Texas, your most valuable ones are born in March and April. Okay, if you live in the Midwest, your most valuable ones are born between November and January. Okay, relate that back to what's the natural mating seasons of goats. And, I know at least one of those 2 big picture seasons, we're fighting nature. So kind of talk a little bit about that.
Typical natural breedings for goats, it would be your fall, winter, September through December. That's when these things really want to get pregnant. That's when you'll notice the most natural heats, scheduled natural heats. What we run into, goats are a desert animal. You get into rain, they don't mind cold so much, they don't mind hot so much, but they don't do well in rain. It affects, it can really affect an embryo program. In the fall, we can get, when we start getting the winter storms or winter rains, we run into problems with, luteal regression in the donors. That's probably the biggest problem we run into as far as embryo production. Bucks usually do really well. That's the best time, collecting semen, stuff like that. That's a great time of year. Other than your normal, health issues or anything like that, the typical problems you run into are moisture with goats.
I'd add to it, and I realize this is not just Texas, and I think Earl's kind of talking regionally Texas. Obviously, if you have goats in Iowa and it rains 40-some inches a year and they've been there for 2-3 years, you get some adaptation to those different regions. So it's like the question we've gotten about heat, and this year heat has been a problem in Texas, and we've actually had really good embryo programs here of lately. And my answer to that is it started getting hot in June, and our animals, it's not been a stressor like you would think it'd been. If it'd been 80 degrees in June and 120 or 110 to 115 in July, August, we would see those stressors. But as they've adapted over the months, I don't think we've seen as much drop in embryo production as far as across the board as we would have seen if those temperatures changed drastically within amount of time. So regionally, I get the question all the time, somebody in Indiana or Ohio has a great flush and, it rained they have thunderstorms and all this. Well, if they've adapted to that environment, then you get those differences. And that goes back to the thing about getting your recips early, getting them adapted to your place. We sell sometimes some Spanish recips up north, and people have nightmares with them the first year. Well, once they get adapted and get used to that environment, they can change and adapt to that. So always remember those factors into it. But as Earl said, I think that normal time of breeding sometimes works against us, and we'll see that especially here. It'll be a little later than in the Midwest, and we change protocols based on regions also. And I think Doug can probably tell you that there's a difference in when they start going in heat in the Midwest and when they start going in heat in Oklahoma and when they start going in heat in Texas. And there's also a difference in ovulation times sometimes, I believe, in those different regions and within herds as well. And so we have to base all that off of those and adapt to all those different things. And so it's not a cookie cutter type protocol. It's not a cookie cutter type answer to all those things, because regionally those things change. And Doug may have something to add to that. I don't know, because RSG goes all over also and does a lot in the Midwest.
Yeah, we do. We have 7 vet teams that travel the country, and we're from California to West Virginia, breeding small ruminants. And I think your point on the weather and the consistency of it is the biggest factor. If it stays hot and we actually had an intern this summer that studied that as their project with us this summer, and they actually looked at some of the best performing flushes, and then we looked and analyzed some of the worst performing flushes, and she correlated the weather leading up to those flushes several days out to see what the impact was. And the correlation was very simple, what we just talked about. Those that had, it was either consistently the temperatures were up and down the same every day and there wasn't a large fluctuation of weather, did well. And the ones that had these big swings where one day it was 60 degrees and the next day it was 20 degrees warmer, and then that temperature stayed there for a couple days and maybe dropped back down, and then there's a storm event or a rain event in there and those kind of things, those animals didn't do as well. So I think the environment and weather, we learned, we all believe in that and we all think that is a theory, but we actually had an intern that kind of, I'm not saying it was an intern project, right? So it wasn't a university project or a big study, but it was enough data there that kind of led us to reinforce that is a factor. And I think that there's a lot to be said when that temperature does get hot and it stays hot. There's some consistency in it. Those animals will do better in that environment. The other thing, just to add, I think on the semen side, we see a lot. We house a lot of bucks at RSG, and that point is so good. That sperm that you're going to use, you've got to back up 60 days. It was made 60 days prior to the time you're going to use it. And a lot of times what we see as we travel the country or as we even collect our own males at our facility, is that you can't neglect those bucks, several months out of the year, and then the day that you're going to go collect them to ship out fresh or to try to freeze semen on or to even use naturally, you start paying attention to them. That's a big problem, because those sperm cells are made, like I said, 60 days prior to the time that you're actually going to use it, and that time is very critical. So year-round maintenance of those bucks is just as important as the donors and the AI females.
So before this is over, I want to make sure that we get my dates booked on the good weather days. Okay. and everybody else can fend for themselves. Doug, yeah, when we fished a lot, we called our weatherman the Corpus Dead Wrong Dale, because he's wrong every day. Doug, question for you, and then let the other guys kind of feed into this. What are your thoughts on genetic prevalence to reproduction? And for example, Sally or whatever, name Jamie referenced hypothetically a while ago, your favorite doe. I think as an industry, particularly in the show goats, okay, man, that's my favorite donor. I love her. She's a no flushing sucker, and I'm going to try harder to flush her next season. And I think as an industry, we've chased that trend away from natural, or in my opinion, and I want you to talk about this, and then let the guys kind of filter through there. I think we've chased phenotype and the quick dollar away from productive females, in my opinion. And maybe I'm wrong. So why don't you guys hit on that one?
So I think if I understand, Kevin, what you're asking, is there a genetic correlation between those top performing females and those that don't react or respond as well to embryo transfer and some of those kind of things? I think there's probably no doubt. I think Dr. Thompson, Dr. Logan, our two full-time vets would tell you, we see it, when those females that are getting flushed time and time again, there is some trends there of females that just are really productive and really do a good job of kicking out high numbers every time, and then we have those that have those challenges. I would say that we have more tools today probably than we had in the past to try to turn those females around that do have problems. So as we look at their environment, as we look at their nutritional needs, there's been tremendous advancements, in minerals and other things that you can give these animals to help increase your odds of success. I think the other piece of that, from a management standpoint, we've got tools like IVF now. So, if they're not flushing really well, can we get success out of them by putting them through an IVF procedure and getting those oocytes harvested and fertilizing them, and taking some of the equation out of it from a regular, just traditional flush. So we've got more tools today. I think we can do that. But the bottom line, to your point, Kevin, is I think there's genetics there involved, but we have more tools. I'd encourage people, don't get discouraged on your one that you think is, boy, she's the best female we got, and we're just not getting very many offspring out of her. There are tools to improve that.
Yes, I mean, obviously there's some that are going to make more embryos than others, and it seems like that holds, unless we run into an issue or something. But typically that doe that's going to make 15 to 20, she does that every time. Typically her daughters follow suit as a whole. One thing, I guess, related to that, not just the number of embryos, but one thing we've noticed, there's certain does that they're just stickier. Like, she may make 8 every time, but we're getting 7 babies. Like, obviously your receps have a lot to do with that too, but there's embryos that I'm sure these guys can agree may not look any different than the other ones, but that doe, they're going to stick every time. And those are good ones. I'm a firm believer, if they're good enough, that's the other thing. I think a lot of people, probably a little off subject, but you got to know when to cut ties too. I don't care if you paid $50,000 for one or you raised one, it's your favorite one to look at. If she's not working, just cut ties and be done with it. But the best thing for me is to find one that makes, I don't care if it's 25 embryos or 7, but if they're going to be sticky and they're going to work, that goes a long ways to me, because you running them, I'm feeding receps year round. If they're not carrying embryos, they're sitting there. We don't have a place to turn them out and let them just be on their own. We're feeding them every day. So I need them to work. I need my embryos to be good enough. And I do see a huge correlation in certain does. They're just going to make better quality embryos that stick every time. And to me, that follows suit to their daughters. You can look back at their mother. She was usually right there too. So I don't know as much on the buck end. I would assume probably doesn't hurt your chances on semen quality and everything else when you go that way. So.
You got something, Steve?
So I guess too, I agree with making cut ties and get use the ones that work and concentrate on those. But sometimes if you have infertility in one, there are some protocols and some things that can be done. Talk to your vet, identify what's going on. I mean, when these embryologists and these guys are looking inside them, they can identify some things by looking internally in them that say, oh, this one needs to be bred, she needs to be reset, she's got problems. Did she have abortion problems? Has she had kidding problems? Was it a hard pull? Whatever it may be, identify and figure out what's going on there, because sometimes if there's a infection or something causing her not to reproduce, that we can either reset her with drugs and or antibiotics, things like that. There's some positive things we can do, and so yeah, cut ties, but make sure you're identifying what's going on, because it can sometimes be. I've had several people that we've had problems like that, and we've fixed them by either antibiotic therapy and hormone therapy, and got them back going again. And again, I'm not a veterinarian, but work with a veterinarian that knows those things and has that those protocols and those ideas and can help you with it. And then if those things don't work, then cut ties or look at IVF or whatever it may be.
Talked a little bit about relationship, and just a side story. I can remember with the first doe I ever bought from Steve Holscher. Okay, she didn't flush very well in the fall, and talking to you and Glenn Martin and Steve Holscher, they said, man, wire that baby up and try her in the summer, because they said that particular line, they seem to flush better in the summer, and that one she will knock 906 is her number. She'll knock it out of the park in the summer, and she just doesn't flush very well in the fall. But that was a relationship deal with breeder or representatives of, that it was educational for us. Effects of stress. One of you guys. Is the biggest factor we fight? Just stress in and around breeding and flushing?
Stress definitely is a huge impact on any embryo program. I think one of the bigger impacts is stress, but also recipient management. I mean, they're the ones doing all the work, really. Once you get the embryos, it's on them. I think they get taken for granted a little bit. Us looking in those recipients and the day that we're putting embryos in, we're looking in there to see, did they ovulate? Do they have a CL on their ovary? And that's the basics of what we're looking at. I can't tell you if that CL is 5 days old, 7 days old. If it needs to be 6.5 or 7, it could be 5, but to me it looks the same as what a 6.5 or 7 day CL would look like. So if the work wasn't done the week prior to evaluate those recips, make sure that they had heat cycles when they were supposed to have heat cycles. You could potentially get some short cycles in there that are not going to become pregnant, even though they would look like they should take the embryo. And stress, for sure. Weather stress, pen stress, pecking orders in the pen, getting beat up. Goats they can be pretty unruly to each other if they don't know them. But certainly stress and recip management gets you a long ways as far as getting some kids on the ground.
I think another point when we get to recip management, and I know Earl would agree with this, and the most frustrating thing is to have recips that don't work. To go get a bunch of embryos and pass on recip after recip after recip, and that has a lot to do with stress in their environment, getting them acclimated to your place and your things. A lot of these people, or a lot of us, are using Spanish goats, and if they come out of Sonora, Ozona, or Del Rio, and all they've seen is bobcats and coyotes and a guy on horseback or on a mule every 6 months or to a year when they gather them. It takes a while to get those acclimated. I think the other big thing that most people miss out on is teaser billies. If you can put a teaser billy in with your recips and record heats, I would suggest you record them. We don't do it because of time management, but recording those heats and making sure that one, they did cycle the first time, okay, and then the day that the veterinarian comes or embryo guys come, put a teaser in there again and get those out of there that are cycling and recycling. One, it's going to help your day go faster. Two, it's going to identify those animals that are doing that, and you'll miss some. Sometimes they're just coming into heat and they'll pass them out. But I also think that helps you have better heats with your recips, and I think that you have a better success rate with your recips doing what they're supposed to do that day if you have teaser billies. And so I think that's another thing that gets overlooked and that will help your programs and the management of your programs.
Doug, you want to follow up there? And then our next question, I think it's one of the biggest ones, industry-wide, okay? And it's the doe kid question. To flush or not to flush, to breed or not to breed. What do you do with them? Is that an individual preference? Is that a whatever? I mean, from a value standpoint, you know, especially those of us that are investing, you know, lots and lots of money in genetics, you know, man, you want to get ahead of the curve. You dang sure don't want to wait 2 years before you have a chance at recouping some of that investment. But is that the best thing for those doe kids? I mean, I'm sure this is something we could talk about all day and later on over an old fashioned, but let's talk about the doe kid question.
Yeah, so at RSG, our recommendation, if you want, you know, to assure some level of success is 10 to 12 months of age to do any kind of flush work right out of the gate. You can obviously, there's tools now with IVF. We can have some success doing some oocyte recoveries younger than that. But it's risk and reward. It's what are you willing to risk by doing that at an early age, and you know, if the reward is high enough and your potential and your investment there is worthy of that, then you know, we can support breeders on that. But that's kind of our standard. You know, when we get asked that question, I asked Dr. Tad and Dr. Logan both prior to coming here, and you know, the conversations they have with our customers, it's our recommendation is at 10 to 12 months of age on doe kids.
Okay, I hope Macon argues back, because I think you and some of them are on the same page there. Okay, Jamie Smith and I've had this discussion, and he's with you. Wait a while. I know Macon, and I hope he argues a little bit, is risk reward. Okay, we're after the reward and the gamble. I'm with it. We flush a lot of ours at 7 months old. Matter of fact, most of our doe kids at our house are they're flushed in, just say the March born ones. They're flushed in November, July, and October, and then we rebreed them naturally after their third flush the following fall. So, Macon, you want to talk a little bit about your philosophy, risk reward, and then kind of let the guys over here chime in.
Yeah. So, I mean, just us personally, and I know there's a lot of variance on what people want you to do. For me, we'll start them around 8 months. I mean, not every one of them, but the majority of them. And that's 10 is probably great. We don't have, with our kidding window when they're born, if we waited till they were 10 months, we're in the middle of no man's land on having babies. So our first chance to get them through is they're going to be 7.5, 8, maybe close to 9 months old. So we've had great luck. If we didn't, I'd probably be on the other side of it, and we wouldn't. I mean, for me, if it's not broke, we're going to keep going. So we have good luck. We don't hit crazy numbers all the time. But, I mean, typically we have a flush in December that would be our, like, first-time deals to make maize. That flush typically, I mean, we're, 8 to 10 embryos. I mean, some of them may be 4, some of them may be 12, but we don't ever get the crazy 20s and 25s or anything. But honestly, in my experience, that's where you get into trouble anyways, is 20, 30, whatever. You start to get some non-fertiles. I don't think your conception's usually as tight of a window is if we make those better 6, 8, 10s. For me, it's well worth cutting doe kids, getting 6 embryos, getting 4 babies. I mean, we're a year ahead. So I need my best ones to come into production as early as possible. Else we're a year behind and we're outdated, and then we're playing catch up. So, and I have not personally had any long-term consequences from that. I mean, we hit them little, we come back around, most of them fire again, do a good job. Obviously, we'd like to get them, and I guess that's a debatable topic too. We do try to breed all our donors as soon as we can. I mean, natural. I mean, once we flush, we typically breed. I know some people are scared to do that. They don't want to have kidding trouble or whatever, but in my experience, those things coming through and having a gestation period and milking and kidding, I think we get a lot longer life on our flush does. Seems like it clears some problems up and just keeps them functioning well. So obviously we don't on the doe kids, but so they may get 2, maybe even 3 flushes in them before we breed them. It's worked for us. I haven't had any problems there, so we're going to keep with it, and we get that much more of a turnaround on them instead of waiting until they're 10 or 12 months. So.
My general rule of thumb has always been 8 months, 80 pounds. If they're 8 months old or 80 pounds, we'll flush them. And I'll agree with Macon. You're not going to typically get the home run numbers. It's going to be that 6 or 8, maybe 10 or 12, but really consistent. They produce, you can almost set your clock to when they're going to come in heat. No fertility issues typically unless you have a buck problem. Conception rate's usually really great on those young ones. And it's a fast changing industry. And in Texas primarily, like Macon's saying, your March and April borns, you're wanting them to make you some Mayborns, if not, you're into maybe flushing the next summer, spring or summer, which a lot of folks don't breed for, but my general rule of thumb in the past has always been 8 months or 80 pounds.
Yeah, I think that Earl brings up a good point with the 80 pounds or just the maturity of them, because I've seen 10-month-old doe kids that somebody wants to flush that don't weigh 40 pounds, and I'm thinking, what are you doing here? They look like they were just weaned and they're that age. So I think how they grow out and what they do there, I think it's all about generation interval. The reason we do year-round flushing is we try to make some bucks and some does that maybe are proven matings and proven type things in the fall, so that those things can get back into production at that 10 to 12 months. We have done them as early as 8 months. There's data out there that'll show your 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds will throw you more embryos and better embryos than your yearlings or your 4-year-olds. I'll just put it to you this way. I had a guy ask me one time why I do doe kids, and I said because I'm trying to get that generation interval quicker, and if I wait till they're older or 2, then I'm a whole year behind, and so I'm going to try to get that generation interval. And he said, well, I want to flush them when they're 4, and I said I'm flushing great granddaughters when my doe's 4. And so that just tells you how quickly embryo transfer can change the whole thing. I very seldom will flush a 4-year-old doe, very seldom. And I think we're getting to the point, honestly, we're getting into another subject here, but I think very seldom are we flushing to a buck that's over 3 years old, because this thing's moving so fast with AI, with embryo transfer, and we're getting that generation interval gap smaller and smaller, as small as we can, by doing this, by using young bucks and young does, which should be our best stuff if we're doing it right. To go back to the subject before, I think that sometimes when we do that and we're putting them in Spanish does and we're not keeping track of maternal traits, we're somewhat shooting ourselves in the foot from time to time. But I think that we have to keep all those things in check as we go on.
Yeah, inside cover here. You know, I've said this 100 times. I truly believe that stock showing, junior livestock show, is the most competitive sport on earth. Coach Prime was sitting out here last night, and we were trying to get an autographed catalog. We got the no, but I would argue with Coach Prime that what we do is more competitive than what he does, and it is it's also with that sheer competition and the level of marketing that the industry has grown to, and to not get into our next panel, but it's also a what have you done for me lately business, not a what have you done for me business, and that's both with your customers and as breeders trying to establish value in our animals. Man, they don't care that you won, or a large percentage of the naive population, I'm going to say. Man, they may not care that you won 5 majors last year. If you won one this year, they're on to something bigger and better, because people are just, it's the nature of people. And so, yeah, that's the big question. I don't know that that answers anything or opens up something else, but the Doe Kid question is a huge question. To stay kind of on pace with some topics I think it's important that we cover. Let's talk about semen usage, okay? And let's compartmentalize that into frozen and fresh. So I'm going to start with frozen. Obviously, that's the oldest technology we have between fresh and frozen. Frozen's been around a long time. I know it's a huge part of Macon's business. It's some other people are saying, hey, we want to trend towards fresh. But speaking to frozen semen, okay, technology is also getting to be where it's easier to be successful with. And I've asked myself the question, you know, why do people keep buying it? Because I think in the grand scheme of things, the amount of it that's sold over the past, just say 10 years, compared to the amount of success stories that you used to see with it was pretty small. Now, through technology and Lap AI and all of this, we can actually really, really increase the success rates. And IVF, Doug talked about, the success rates of buying frozen semen has just in the last, I'm going to say in the last 18 months, as with the technology of the fresh semen, has just gone through the roof. And I think that's probably the biggest stride we've made as a species in the goats compared to the other 3 main species, is we're finally able to utilize semen successfully, consistently. So let's talk about frozen first. Doug, you want to start and kind of roll this way down the table with just kind of theories and success, and, you know, how do we be successful buying and utilizing frozen semen?
Yeah, so for us at RSG, frozen semen, we've really seen, to your point there, Kevin, just the last few years, the increased usage of frozen semen in programs. You know, we put out the first sheep sire catalog a number of years ago at RSG, and we've got, so this was our first year. We had to take the goats, we had to combine sheep and goat catalog for the last few years. But the goat side of it had grown so much that we separated them out. So we have, you know, at our booth, you can pick up a sire catalog that's only goats in it today. Just because the popularity of the utilization of frozen semen is growing. You know, we still see, you know, the higher percentage of use is still on the fresh side, but there is a trend towards utilizing more frozen semen, more guys, and I know Jordan's already, you know, talked to a number of folks here wanting us to come and collect and freeze some bucks, and so the demand for that is growing. I think, you know, it's interesting on the goat side of our business is, you know, we really see the utilization of fresh, frozen, not only with Lap AI and ET work, but then, you know, the kind of the next evolution that we're seeing is splashing, and how we, you know, utilize semen for the purpose of splashing those does. So it's growing. We've seen it at RSG going from, like I said, where we had a combined sire catalog with a lot of sheep and just a handful of goats in it, to now we've got enough goats in our sire catalog and storage at RSG that, you know, it demanded its own book this year. So I don't know if that answers the question, but we're seeing the utilization of frozen really increase, and the success of it too. I mean, it's, you know, extenders have gotten better. Our process at RSG has gotten better. You know, there's just things that, you know, the guys that are serious about what we're doing here are feeding these bucks better. They're maintaining them better. Their nutrition program's better. So all that's just creating more increase in their ability to do it and do it well. So.
So I would agree with a lot of that as well. Obviously, in our business, the ones that are familiar with what we've done, I mean, without the frozen semen industry, I'd be broke working for somebody still. So it's been good, and it's good because it does work. I mean, there's a lot of horror stories and whatever, but if you've got good semen being put up, and it is handled right and then put in by somebody knowledgeable, because on both ends of that, there's people not real qualified to be doing either one of them. But it works when you use it right, and when it comes from a good source. We've been lucky. We always get good semen. It works. Every once in a while, something bad happens, whatever. But the other benefit to me of frozen is, A, it's insurance. I mean, we don't use tons of it at our house because, like Steve said earlier, we're typically rotating through bucks every couple years anyways. But we do dip back in, use one when he's gone. I mean, that's very good insurance when one's still relevant. The other thing is as sporadic as breedings happen or heats or whatever, I mean, we go to jump bucks with fresh. It doesn't always work. I mean, maybe he won't jump that night. Maybe his semen's a little off or something came in randomly when we were done. I mean, the frozen's good insurance. And also, anybody dealing with the fresh, which I'm a fan of too, if y'all haven't dealt with UPS lately, is not fun. There is a lot of times that does not show up. It may be 20 miles from my house still when they're supposed to be breeding. You don't know what's happening to it. Or when that collection gets there and it's not any good, it'd be nice to have 4 straws sitting in your tank and throw that in and save the day. So I'm personally a fan of it, not just because it supplements our income, but it does work. And we have a lot of good, I mean, there's nothing better when people call and say, hey, that semen was very, very good. Thank you for that. We got burned 2-3 times here, whatever. We need more. And you can sell it anytime. I mean, that's another benefit. You offer it whenever you want, I mean, we're wide open. Some people like to be a little stingier with it, and that's fine too. But for us, it's a very good outlet to keep people engaged and going, and the more we can sell, the more our name's out there, and it's a handy thing to have. Insurance for us, buck dies, insurance for you if semen doesn't show up or you have hard times. But I think the quality is the main thing that we can all agree on. I mean, there's good and there's bad. So.
Yeah. As we come to you guys, okay, I had to step out real quick. Talk about application, okay? Y'all see the most success how? I mean, i.e. question, can I buy frozen semen from Macon, splash AI, and expect to have success, or should I lap, or, talk about application.
No, there we go. Just to add to Macon's deal before I get into that, when I talk to somebody before going to their place to do an AI, we always have a plan A, B, and C, and hopefully we never have to get to plan C, but I've had to get to plan C before, and that was driving 30 miles down the road to collect a buck of a neighbor's to get us through an AI, which we were always 2 hours late for, and that was not a good situation. The advantages to frozen, as he said, you can get it at any time, you can store it, and you can have it available. Disadvantages to fresh, obviously, is timing and so on and so forth. And sometimes it's not so much timing on when the semen gets there, but when you're planning on doing an AI. I sent some semen to Georgia. The hurricane was coming this last week, and I said, I'm going to send it a day early. That's not ideal. The semen was a little older than I'd have liked it to been, but I knew it would get there by the time he did it. It was a day late. It got there the day of the hurricane, and it was 75% modal when he got it, and he used it, and hopefully we'll see what his success rate is. But I've used semen, fresh semen, up to 72 hours later, and it gotten pregnancy. The problem is if the does aren't at the time that you need it and the semen's not there, it doesn't matter how long the semen lasts and how good it is. So have a plan A, B, and C. The other thing I see the most in frozen semen when I send frozen semen off is I'll get a call and say it's not good enough. those warmers that they sell and that you use are not always calibrated, and if you don't check the temperature, you will get semen that you think's not good enough. You will get semen that looks 30-40% motile. Count's going to be high if you got something to count it, but it's not telling you abnormality and so on and so forth. If you have a slide warmer or something like that, make sure that they're heating that to a temperature where you're getting a good reading on it, because I've seen a lot of semen, and I've been guilty of it. Throw it in the warmer, get it out, you're in a hurry, you test it, and you're like, ooh, this isn't good enough. Put it on a warming plate for another minute, and all of a sudden you look at it, and the motility jumps up 30-40%. So don't discount frozen semen until you make sure to check those things. That's just some areas I've seen something happen. As far as application, obviously RSG's got a really good video on doing the splash AI, the vaginal splash. Obviously very successful. Most of my flush AIing, we use a vaginal splash, either in combination with lap AIing and sometimes some breeding of the buck in between, depending on how many does we're breeding for a flush to each buck, and we try to manage that semen in that way. We obviously have better success rates with fresh semen, chilled semen, and then frozen probably the least, but there's times where good frozen semen will perform as good or better than average chilled or fresh semen. I always tell people, and Earl, I got this from Earl, we're putting the best semen in the best place we can at the times that the protocols tell us to. And the thing you have to understand, percentage-wise, you're going to have a percentage of animals that don't respond to the drugs. You're going to have a percentage of animals that short cycle. You're going to have a percentage of animals that either don't go through the whole process. They may even get fertilized, but they don't attach and they don't go to the next step. And then you're going to have some abortions. And you get people call and they'll say, well, so-and-so says he gets 90 to 100%. And I told a guy one time, I said, I get 50% plus or minus 20%. And he said from 30 to 70%. And I said, it's not as much about the semen. It's more about the management of the does and the timing. And those protocols are set to get probably 75 to 80% of the animals based on studies and things that have went on. But there's outliers on each side of that, and you don't always get them. So always have a plan A, B, and C. Obviously, quality of semen is a factor. Don't get me wrong. It's not that it's not a factor. But when you're setting up animals, there's a percentage of them that are not going to respond. There's a percentage of them that aren't going to take, or the environment's not right. And there's a percentage of them that are going to short cycle based on you're trying to override hormones. My experience has been, and Doug can probably tell more of this, I have better success setting up animals when it's not when their natural heat starts, meaning that off season, I actually have a better success rate of setting up a lot of these animals if it's just before they're naturally going to come in heat or at the end of the cycle than when they're just really, really hot in and we're trying to override natural hormones, I guess. We see more fluctuation. I see more short cycles at that time than I do any other time.
Yeah, I'll agree with them. For obviously the frozen semen, it works. It's typically the cheapest way to get into, especially for small breeders or even large breeders, wanting to get something in from somebody else that you can't use the buck, or they don't, the shipping of the fresh semen, it's always a pain. With the frozen semen, it's a pretty inexpensive way of flushing a doe or two, or however many, with lap AI, with frozen semen would be my recommendation. And it's not as successful as a live covering flush would be, or or fresh semen would be, but it is successful. And I could, there's been tons of success stories on guys that have bought 2 straws and flushed a doe and raised a great one, and couldn't have done it any other way.
So talk a little bit more, kind of turn that, and Steve started to a little bit more to the fresh semen side, which is obviously the newest technology, I guess, if you will, or newest way for us to breed goats successfully with fresh or chilled semen now that we can extend it and ship it. It's kind of becoming a little more standardized. It obviously, between UPS and logistics and timing and collection protocols and methods, I mean, it definitely has a bunch more variables and a lot more, I think, from our experience. You know, Trent and Emma Kemker, Megan and I, we own KM Sires, and we ship. Our business is primarily built around fresh semen, and I am not near focused enough. That is Trent's deal, because that's not for me to do. I'm not focused enough. I'm not routine enough to be the guy that handles that. But you know, on the fresh semen side, it also offers up a big upside with the risk reward, you know, going back to. And so kind of talk a little bit about, you know, usage on fresh semen. I know Steve and I had a discussion a couple days ago, you know, and Doug, I want you to kind of lead some of this. I mean, what is industry standard? Some people don't know. I mean, hey, I want to buy a jump, quote unquote. What does that even mean? And I want to buy a half jump. What does that mean? What can I expect from a volume standpoint?
Sure, and this question we get a lot. And we have a site, rsgsires.com, and we list the males that we have available that stand at our facility that we can ship out fresh on, and for both sheep and goats. And you know, typically on the goat side of things, a full jump will cover about 30 does, and a half jump you're gonna reduce that to about half of that. So. Yeah.
And you're talking for natural parity, not 30 donors.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yep. And so actually on the site, you know, we have it broken down on there for full half jumps and then a donor breeding, what you're going to need for that. And so it's and there's obviously different price points for all those things too. So, you know, it is something that, you know, we launched RSG Sires just last year. So to your point about kind of the popularity and the newness of this being available, we know there's a lot of breeders that are doing it as well. And our goal, I mean, we're building a new sire facility at our location in Indiana that's under construction this fall, and will be open in 2024, to have the ability, because we're getting more and more requests from breeders saying, hey, can you stand our popular buck that we're trying to promote at RSG, so you guys can handle and be the hub to ship out fresh semen? Because it is, you know, it's for some breeders, if you've got a popular buck that's in high demand, it's almost like a full-time job to keep them going, to keep them, you know, tested, to keep them cleaned out, and then to have them ready to go. So when that order comes in from somebody that wants to splash breed with a fresh jump or half jump or whatever, they're ready to go. And I think the point that's already been made a little bit here is there's so many variables in that fresh semen process. And appreciate you mentioning the video Dr. Thompson did about just splash breeding. In the first part of that video, he spends just talking about when you get what to do when you get that fresh collection in, how to handle it, how to get it ready to splash those does with, those kind of things. So there's just tons. And you know, mention UPS. I mean, that's probably the single biggest factor there is. You know, and that's out of all of our control. You know, we're dependent on FedEx or UPS to get it to where it needs to go in time. And so there's lots of variables, but it is improving. It's getting better, and we are finding ways to help facilitate the process more as well at RSG. And so that's a big piece of it. Success-wise, you know, it's, you know, that fresh or fresh chilled semen, you know, is from a quality standpoint, you know, if the process works and everything gets there on time and it gets collected right, and that buck is producing a high quality ejaculate, you know, the success rate can be very high. Unfortunately, in all of this that we talk about, you know, it's stories we share with each other, you know, on how, because there's not a lot of data that's collected and stored anywhere on, you know, what's the success of this versus that. And so we're trying to compile more of our own data and trying to analyze and provide some of that back to the industry, because there's just not a lot. You know, there's individual breeders that maybe have a good system of tracking their results, but it's a viable tool, and it's one that I think a lot of breeders are going to continue to use and want to, you know, plug into that distribution model, if you will, of getting that fresh semen out there.
what is from a sheer measurability volume standpoint? Okay, I don't think the majority of people are, and whoever wants to answer this one, I don't think the majority of people in the crowd. We've got an sperm counter, but I don't figure the majority of people do. So when somebody calls either KM Sires or RSG or whomever it may be, what should we expect from just something that anybody can measure, a volume standpoint? Is it on a full jump? Is it 6 mils? Is it 15 mils? Is it, talk about what's to be expected on a jump from a volume standpoint, or is it a range there? And then on the probably non-measurable side for most people, give us a little bit of science. Say that's going to include X million of sperm count.
Well, I'll say that, yeah, this is a subject that I don't think is. I think we kind of the sheep had kind of a standard somewhat, and goats kind of fell in behind it. And I think I don't know that it's really been set. A lot of times, what I do is, for instance, I did a fresh jump for Tad, and I just called and asked him. I said, "How much you putting in them, and how many million do you want in per half a mil or per third mil or whatever?" And I use the iSperm. It's not CASA, but it gives me a good idea, and it allows me to evaluate that sperm better than a microscope can and the naked eye can, and you can see things that you can't see to me that way without a program that costs $40,000-$50,000, I guess. But so I like to talk to where I'm sending it and see what the technician there or the vet or whoever it may be, what they're trying to do. If they're using, because some of them use a quarter cc, some of them use a half, whatever it is, and then we try to figure out how it is and work with that individual that way. Me, myself, I usually, I like to have 100 million per half a mil at least. And that's after, calculating the motility. If it's 75%, obviously it goes down 25%. It goes down 25% more if your abnormalities but the iSperm does that for me, or does most of that for me, except for the abnormality part, and I have to figure that out. But that's kind of where I'm at. I know, and I'm not going to even say because I don't remember what Tad wanted that semen at. The couple times I sent fresh semen to him. But I believe they used a third of a mil per doe, and it was like 125 million maybe per third mil. You can probably answer that, Doug.
Yeah, and I think this is where I would caution a lot of people that are either watching online or listening out here is we get caught up in the details sometimes in the analyzation. What's motility, what's how many sperm cells per mil, all those kind of things. So what Dr. Thompson did a few years ago is, for one, it gets confusing and people get hung up on little bits of data in that analysis, if you will. And he went to a strict pass-fail system. If we pass that semen at RSG, it is good to go breed sheep or goats with. If we fail it, we're not going to ship out something, and we're not even going to freeze it. If it gets failed, I don't care how valuable that animal is genetically to you, it's going to get failed, and we can't recommend somebody to use that for a flush or to breed does with or whatever. And so we went to a strict pass-fail system. We do video the specimens, so we have a video file of those ejaculates that we keep in our record, so we can always go back if somebody gets a shipment from us and they say, that came in and it was, our vet failed it. We can go back to that video. We know that when we froze it and we did a post-thaw, it passed. And so there are always things once it leaves our facility that are out of our control that could happen to that specimen, whether we're talking fresh chilled or frozen. So we try not to get into the weeds a lot because, for one, it's I'm not a veterinarian. A lot of people that are handling this semen and using it to breed with aren't, and so we've gone to that kind of very simple logic of. And we have on our website, kind of what some of our standards are in terms of what you're getting in terms of a unit of frozen semen and some of those kind of variables. But it's really a pass-fail. And at the end of the day, if I've got semen that's coming out of our facility and we've passed it, I got to feel confident that it's going to breed, those particular animals.
I'm really enjoying this. We're going to have to keep moving forward. What I will say to that is all 5 of us on the stage ship semen as part of our livelihood and our businesses, as well as multiple breeders out here. And I can't name anybody in the crowd or involved that's going to purposely ship somebody something that they don't believe in. I think everybody involved, at least in this event, when they ship you something, they want you to have success with it. So as a user, have a little grace. It may not look what your so-and-so buddy who's your cousin's vet said it's supposed to look like always, but we're dealing with nature and a lot of factors outside of our control. So I think as a rule of thumb, everybody's going to try to ship a quality product. Let's do a little lightning round, something different here. One at a time. We'll start with Sticky Steve here. What is the most, one short answer. What is the most common mistake you see people make which decreases reproductive success? And then follow suit, all 4 of you.
My personal opinion would be on the recep end. I mean, there is a lot of sorry receps being bought, sold, used. I was told when I was a little kid by my mom, it wasn't about goats, more about just cattle. She said, if there's some at the sale barn, it's there for a reason. And I would say there's not very many high-quality receps running through the sale barn. They are cheaper, but they're not very good. Mine go there. I wouldn't buy them when I take them there.
I'd say biggest mistake we see is 365-day management. When we show up, it's 1 day or 2 days out of the year, depending if we're doing flush work or lap AI work or what have you. And the mistakes that are made are done those other 363 or 364 days or whatever else. That's the key, is to have a total program management in effect year-round. And it's not, you can't get 90 days in front of your flush day and decide you're going to start putting some free choice mineral out, or decide you're going to turn some fans on if it's really hot or whatever. I mean, it's just those kind of things that really are the key factors. So it's 365-day management.
Probably the most common thing I see is the recip herd health, recip management in general. Typically, the donors they paid a lot of money for, they've been taken good care of. But when it came to the recips, like Macon said, they came out of the cell barn just a month before, got a shot of Ludulase. A week later, got a cedar stuck in them, and expect all them to carry an embryo. And more emphasis needs to be put in the recipient health and management, I would say.
In embryo transfer recip, obviously, it's a consensus, and if you think buying a $150 recip doe at the sale barn works when you got $300 in her and she doesn't do anything for you, when it's all said and done, you'd have been better off buying a good Spanish doe from somebody that's reputable, that either wasn't bred, you don't have to go through all that. I think the biggest thing I see for all over is buck management. I mean, I think that probably the guys that hire me to come and do, whether it's a flush or whatever, it's about managing that semen. And it doesn't matter if you're breeding them live, the semen's got to be good. If you got fresh, the semen's got to be good. If you've got frozen, it's got to be good. And then it's utilizing it in a timely manner. And I think that, as I said earlier, buck management as far as cleaning out your bucks, keeping them free of mites. I believe in C&D, Clostridium C&Ds every 2 to 3 months on your bucks. I think an old vet told me one time, if you're having problems with goats dying suddenly, 90% of the times it's Clostridial, whether it's C, D, A, or whatever. I think that's important. And cleaning those bucks out and managing them. You don't know how many times I have somebody say, I need you to freeze some semen, and I'll say, well, what's your buck been doing? Or they want to bring him to me that day and he's not been cleaned out, he's not been managed, he's not nothing, and that first ejaculate is not going to be good 99% of the time. So managing that buck, and it's the same way with a flush. You can't expect me to come the day of the flush for a breeding and have bucks that have been standing there for 6 months and not seen a doe and not active and expect you to have a good flush program or lap AI program or whatever. So I think buck management and semen management can be a big factor when you get past the reset part.
Okay. Kind of thinking about some of our target audience, okay, some of the people that maybe aren't currently doing this as their sole income or are what you may call hobby farmers, or their motivation may be, hey, show weathers are high. Wrote a few chapters in the book of making them that way. So a lot of people, I think it's important for us to sell genetic value here, because there's a lot of people now that are raising show weathers for their kids to show, or hey, you know, a goal of ours may be we're going to have to raise a couple for our kids to show, and hopefully we can sell a few locally and go buy a couple. Whatever people's motivation or goals may be, that don't have a repro center, they don't have their own buck. They've invested, you know, in some donors, and they're going to try to flush some, or they've invested in some does they want to try to breed. And we all have farms or repro centers. I know Trent and I have just got done spending, you know, over $500,000 on our new facilities to host customer days. And so I've got the question twice here on my phone is where I'm going with this. If I'm a person in the crowd and I'm either coming to RSG or coming to my place or Earl's or Macon's or anybody out here, you're taking your does either to be AI'd or flushed at another facility. Okay, from a timing standpoint, do we wait till the last minute? Do we try to bring them pre-set up? I mean, we have identified stress as one of our biggest, as one of the biggest factors in success. So what do you guys recommend on when people should transport those things to get them, you know, successfully having a successful day coming to a repro center?
We have obviously a lot of ours are one-day haul-ins, so I think that's the question here. You know, and a lot of our host sites throughout the country are like that as well, where those smaller breeders around that host site farm are hauling in the day of. And as we talked earlier, I mean, these are social animals. There's a lot of stress factors. You know, bringing them in ahead of time, you know, there's that pecking order that's good, especially, you know, we don't want to intermix them for a lot of health reasons, things like that. So it's really ideal to be able to bring them in, you know, the morning of the procedure, get them AI'd, get them flushed, whatever we're doing that day, and then get them back home as quickly as we can. We recommend to try to keep the driving distance under 6 hours. So we have at our facility in Indiana, we have people that drive into there as far away as you know, 5-6 hours away, just to keep the stress low. If you've got to drive further than that to get to a repro center or a farm, you know, I would suggest networking with other breeders and finding out where they're getting their animals bred that are closer to you, so you can keep that travel time down. You know, I see Jeffrey sitting here in the front row. I mean, they haul into our facility from Kentucky, and you know, they have great success with their conception rates and flush work and those kind of things. So, you know, we'll go to Cooper Bounds facilities in Illinois and breed and flush and have really good success. And it's really, I guess I wouldn't get too caught up with how soon you got to get there, and I'd keep it to just a one-day haul-in if you can.
I know from our deal, a lot of our business is what we call a full-service flush, and I think the middle ground is what gets people. You know, we recommend at our place, or if we're doing it at our place in Stephenville or at Trenton, Kansas, on the full-service flush deal, is bring them to us before we start shots, and we do the setup. Now we've invested in pins so we can compartmentalize your donors themselves and the next guys over there. We're not mixing and hopefully recreating the pecking order, and then bring your recips day of, and then go home with them. But I think from our standpoint anyway, and I think the middle ground is what gets people, and I've been guilty of it. Hey, we've running 90 miles an hour and can't get them bred. Got to take them over here and get them bred. And the middle, I think it's more regressions, less fertility, less good embryos, and definitely less conception.
So on in-house, in that scenario, in-house donor type programs, those facilities that are doing those, I think 90 days prior to when you're going to start protocols is actually ideal, because then those animals get time to adjust to that environment. They get settled in, their nutrition, because obviously there could be nuances in what you're feeding, the hay quality, things like that. So they can get their systems adjusted to all that stuff prior to those protocols and the shots going in place, the actual flush work. So if it's an in-house donor type scenario, and then the hull in on the recips piece would be, probably fine as well.
Well, we have 45 minutes before we're supposed to be done with. We've got a whole other topic. So, you guys, it's been a pleasure. It's been extremely educational from my standpoint. I've seen people's pens and papers going out here. So I want to thank you guys, all four of you, for participating. And hopefully, people learn something, how they can be more successful with their genetic programs. Up next, we're going to go through marketing or mindset, which will be our last panel of the morning, and a little bit of an abstract discussion on marketing. That's going to be myself, Tommy Milligan, and Blake Kennedy. So you guys want to head this way. We won't take I tell you what, we're going to take a 5-minute break, because we got time. Nobody wants to hear me and Milligan talk that long anyway. So take a 5-minute break. Let's say 11:17. We'll start back with marketing or mindset. Well, let's get back started here. And man, guys, this has been fun for me. This has been something that, yeah, it's been on my mind since 2016, and something that I've wanted to do since then. Bigs don't run off too far. And man, a privilege to be sitting with two of my buddies who we do a lot of business with and have done and continue to do, and Tommy Milligan and Blake Kennedy. And two guys, I think, from a marketing and a progression and a mindset standpoint, are advanced in what they do and what they've done. And one thing, you all out there, the previous two panels, guys, they got their notes. They got their notes text to them 2 days ago of what all the leading questions were going to be. And y'all don't get that. So we're going to shoot from the hip here, and I want to try to establish some discomfort, okay? Because I truly think that when people have to get in the realm of discomfort from a selling standpoint or buying standpoint, we're also in the realm of true value, okay? And we'll get into some of this, but we'll just let it go where it goes. So you guys want to talk a little bit, introduce yourselves, what you do, what you've done, what you're doing now, a little bit about your family, your business, and then we'll go from there. Tommy?
My name's Tommy Milligan. My wife and I are the former owners and operators of Showgoats.com. We just recently sold Showgoats.com to the Livestock Marketing Group. I have gone back into the classroom at the age of 50, and so I probably need my head examined, but I will tell you that it has been the most positive experience and the most positive thing that has happened in my life in the last 15, 18 years. It's been really good. The change was needed. There was an opportunity to go back to the classroom there in Perry where we live, and so that has been absolutely awesome. I can speak to you in volumes. I have spent countless hours. I have worn out office chairs and gone through computer monitors, being the backside administrator of thousands of online sales. And so I could write a book about some of the things that I have seen happen on the backside. And so I'm open, I guess, for any kind of discussion and debate about livestock marketing. I will tell you that I do think, in all my experience of being in the goat industry, people are really gung-ho and excited about buying a goat. They're gung-ho and excited about buying a doe kid, a buck. The last thing they think about is how they're going to sell those things. And that's when panic sets in. And so I've had a lot of opportunities to help folks navigate, merchandising the livestock. And so that's me. We've got, my wife and I, Julie, have 3 boys. Our oldest is a freshman, and so I actually have him in class. That's been a really neat experience. And we've got a 6th grader just started in our junior high football program. That's been pretty cool. And then we've got the little 3rd grader that acts like a 50-year-old man and is a manager of all things. And so that's our life in a nutshell. Blake?
So first off, my name is Blake Kennedy, the owner and operator of Kennedy Ventures. If I seem a little sidetracked or distracted today, this is the busiest day that Kennedy Ventures has ever had. We have 8 pig sales today and this goat sale. And when Kevin called and said that we wanted to book a goat sale, we picked this day because last year there was no pig sales on this weekend, except 2 pig sales in Ohio. And so we landed on this, and 2 weeks after that, all the pig guys started calling, and we started booking pig sales, and this just so happened to be the day. So, very fortunate to be here. I elected to come here and spend my day here in Fort Worth rather than Lubbock, Texas. Kennedy Ventures was started actually there in 2016, I was had the chance of representing Oklahoma at the national FFA convention, where I was named the National Star in Agribusiness. It was actually over our pig sale, the Perfect Timing Pig Sale. And this was an event that my parents had that I grew up around, and I wanted to be more and more involved every year. And we started doing some webcast things with Walton Webcasting, and then ventured in and into a partnership with CCI there in 2017. And then it's just kind of steamrolled from there. Very fortunate to have learned a lot of things about the marketing industry, and our goal has always been to do stuff a little bit different, try to think outside the box and go at marketing maybe a little different in terms of avenues that haven't been done before. And so we have some exciting things to as we move forward here in the pig business, as well as now proud to say that one of the owners there of the livestock marketing group, which now owns showgoats.com. So hopefully we can continue to move into the goat industry more.
Well, Kevin Mock, my wife and I and our 3 kids own and operate Mock Livestock Sales, and I'm also the CEO of the Livestock Marketing Group. We've produced the Friday Night Fiesta along with Spence & Company the last 10 years, and now we're producing the Symposium, the Friday Night Fever Weather Sale in June, the Midwest Fever Weather Sale in Lebanon, Indiana in February. I was raised on a small farm in Kyle, Texas. My brother Casey and I and our sister Kellen, grew up showing livestock because that's what our parents had us do to keep us out of trouble. We did it very unsuccessfully, my brother and I. He talked about, we showed however many years that is, from 3rd grade to 12th grade. Showed bears at San Antonio and Houston, both of us, so times 2. And I was fortunate to make the premium sale at Houston one time. There, when I was a senior, we were buying all of our semen from Rory Delm, and we had 30 or so sows, and I was going to go to college at Tarleton, and Rory and Brandon Horn actually said, hey Shorty, why don't you sell 28 of those sows, to take them to the sale barn, and bring these 2 to the pig farm and come work for us. And there's some pivotal moments, I guess, in a guy's life and career, and that was one of them for me, because those 2 guys, I don't know that there was more of a pinnacle than the glory days at 192 Altwine Lane, as far as just dominance of a species, than when Rory was on top in the pig deal. And I got to experience that, and that's kind of, I went to college at Tarleton and graduated my ag teaching degree, but my knowledge and education came right there. And through that was able to meet, I can remember the first time I met Glenn Martin. I was working on a pig's feet in the wash rack at Dallas, and I could just feel this presence looking over my shoulder, and looked over my shoulder, and there was this big bearded guy looking at me. I was like, what are you doing? And he was probably wondering the same thing. And but just been so blessed to meet so many great people. Blake helps us with producing all of our events through Kennedy Ventures, and he talked about his progressive thinking and way of doing things different. That all led back up a little bit. Was extremely fortunate to spend 7 years of my life, 7 of the best years of my life, working on the ShowRite team as national accounts manager for ShowRite Feeds and the Alltech during the Alltech acquisition, and worked hand in hand with Todd Kennedy. And man, just an extremely educational part of my life as well. And we've just been so blessed by God to meet so many people that have pushed us and pushed us to be better and get the bug of non-contentment. And I say that about myself a lot, but I don't know that. I feel like day to day there's people just looking at me all day, but I still do think I'm my biggest critic. And that has probably led to some of our struggles in life, but I think it's also led to our success that we've been blessed with. So get into our topic of discussion here. And I told the guys before we turned the microphones on, I want to create some discomfort because I think that's where true value is established. If anybody in the room or watching online is content with just selling one barely good enough that we think somebody online might bid, and just we don't really want to sell a good one. Let's just sell one good enough that somebody might buy it. Man, that's the wrong approach for me in my business and what we try to represent through our marketing platforms. And so the topic of this discussion is marketing or mindset. And I think, guys, as we go into this, and y'all just chime in. I mean, I don't even know if I talk the whole time or if y'all tell me I'm dumb. I don't know. I think there's a huge difference, and Austin Voiles and I have had this discussion a lot, and Austin and Dylan run Premier Initiative, who's where we do all of our advertising through, and they handle all of our brands. And there's such a huge discrepancy in marketing and advertising, and they work in correlation with each other, but they're not the same thing. And Derek Jeffries here, Jeffrey Sales and Marketing. Derek's shaking his head in agreement. I had this discussion with Rachel at Ranch House Designs last week. Just had a one-off conversation with her on this topic, knowing that I was going to do this today, and kind of wanted to get my ideas put together. But I think advertising is a part of your marketing campaign when successfully done with a partner or a management firm that establishes goals based off of your business goals, which relates back to what Casey talked about this morning, knowing your one thing, knowing your purpose. What is your goal of being in the show sheep or show goat or show pig business, okay? We got lots of pig guys texting us that have tuned in today. Why are you in business? I'm feeding my family here. This is a passion for us. We've been in the construction business as a kid growing up, and then I was the COO of M5 Utilities in Bernie, Texas. Hey, the year I left, we were profitable, did $42 million. And I didn't have a passion for what I was doing. And Megan and I decided to step out. And, we wanted to be in this business with our family 100%. And here we are. And it's the biggest blessing in our life. But that was a little side. But what's your why? Why are you raising these things? Is it how you're making your living? Is it your side hustle? Is it your retirement plan? Are you raising goats because you can't afford to buy show weathers? I hope we reach a lot of those people that need to be successful raising weathers for their kids to be able to show. So I think you have to know that, and then your mindset of marketing has to tie back into your business goals and your why. So Tommy, Blake, y'all want to chase that a little bit while I kind of gather my thoughts here and get us a new topic of discussion after that one.
I would agree with you, Kevin, that advertising and marketing is very, very important, especially if you study the ages that we've gone through. I mean, the information age started in the late 60s, if you want to think back. Started with newspaper, radio, and television. That would be like phase one of the information age. You get into phase two of the information age, which started probably there in the mid to late 80s. We had the transition, the birth of the internet, mobile phones, computers. Technology started to really make a charge. And then when you get into their phase three, that's the social side of it and the digital media side. And so we're phasing out of the information age, and we're actually getting into what they call the IoT, which is the Internet of Things. It's all things. And if you look around, it's been interesting for me getting back into the classroom. I can tell you the one thing that's consistent among all the students that sit in those chairs in my classroom, every one of them has an iPhone. Every single kid has access to an iPhone. They have access to all the information available in the world. I mean, in any respect. That wasn't there when I was in high school in the mid to late 80s. We actually had to go to the library and research things. And so that access is there. And so it allows us to research genetics. It allows us to research producers. And the other side of that coin is that we are in an age where branding is more critical than ever. And so you've got to brand yourself to be recognized, not just in a niche or regionally, but if you want to really up your game and get outside the box, you're going to have to think more globally. And so inside that, researching and coming up with a brand that's marketable and something that's catchy, that too is critical. But the advertising and marketing, like I said before, is kind of a secondhand thought. I mean, there's no barrier to entry in any of the four majors: pigs, sheep, cattle, goats. There's no barrier to entry today. If a person has internet access, a checkbook, and transportation's even kind of questionable, because we have stuffed goats in the back of HHRs. We've stuffed them in little bitty miniature dog cages in the back of a minivan. We've put them in the trunks of cars. It's crazy that the barrier to entry, anybody can get in. If they've got a checkbook and get online, boom, they can buy a goat. And so it's going to become increasingly more important, if they want to have success after the purchase and get in, to actually have a plan to market, sell, and advertise. And so, yeah, I would completely second that. It needs to be more on the forefront, but it all goes back to the plan. I don't know that any of them today, when you talk about the novice, amateur, I don't know that they really have a plan. They just get excited about getting an animal, and everything else is a secondary thought.
Casey, if you'd come up here and kind of MC us in direction, if we get too off topic, maybe like I was doing on some of the other ones, and ask something maybe as somebody that's not in the livestock deal, if you see us maybe missing a point that you think is important. Sticking to the topic, though, Blake, I want to, the point I want to get across, or the lesson or whatever we want to talk about here today, is mindset. And it's about mindset of value, okay? People ask me every day, especially on the online deal now, well, what's that one worth? Well, what's that one worth? Man, they're all worth about $87. If you want to get right down to it, okay? If I go to my banker, Ray Owen, at Bank of Texas in El Paso, and I want to borrow money against my goat herd, had a conversation with a lady over here a while ago. I said, talking about breeding doe kids early, I think all of mine are worth a lot of money. My banker doesn't, okay? If I want to borrow money against our 20 head, he's going to loan us about 20 times 87. So value is created in establishing what I'm willing to accept for one and what you're willing to give for one. And at the end of the day, that is how value is created. So when somebody asks me, what is that animal worth? Man, I can't answer that question. I know what I'd give for it or wouldn't, but I can't honestly answer that question. So, Blake, talking about mindset, okay? And we're still chasing the other guys in this business. The sheep and goat guys, they're the goat business, and primarily we're still chasing the other species. And in my opinion, the pig guys are the most progressive. Okay, so let's talk about, success stories that you see through KV, which the mainstream of y'all's marketing is pigs, and about guys actually taking advantage of the risk reward and exposure and allowing themselves to get in that area of a little bit of discomfort. Man, do I really need to sell this one? Because I think an event like this, if you're not questioning what you're selling, you're not digging deep enough. And so talk a little bit, maybe some success stories, or what you see on the KV side of that side of things.
Yeah, so I would say it would probably go back to our very first discussion whenever we wanted to have the exchange livestock event. And we had a little meeting in Lebanon, Indiana, right before Sweethearts, a gilt sale that we had, and we had about 15 breeders. And Mark Hogue was one of the guys that was sitting there, and Dad had told everybody that we wanted to have a sale that they sold their absolute best sow. And Mark Hogue stood up, and he had pancakes, and he said, no one is ever going to sell their best sow. It's not going to happen. You should just table the idea, and we're going to go back to eating, and we're going to be done with it. And everybody kind of sit there and thought about it, and we wanted him to elaborate on that point. And he said there's so many things that a guy will sell, but you go to his house and you want to get the best female that they have, and they're not going to do it. And so we continued on, and we drove forward with this. In the very first year, we asked him to come and MC. And when we give him the catalog, he looked at the catalog and he said, how in the world did you guys get some of these sows? And I think that the whole thing behind the first exchange is Kevin, we were really nervous when we walked into that ballroom in Des Moines, Iowa. We were going to do an event that had never been done. We were about to sell bread sows, open gilts, bread gilts that were sisters and mothers to the best boars, the best bears out there. And looking back on that, it was a jump and it was a leap. But now there is bread sow sales, there's bread gilt sales, there's open gilt sales on showpig.com every month, it seems like. And I can tell you that, some success actually just happened the other day. We sold a sow from Ben Boble in this year's exchange. We sold her, and True Genetics bought that sow. And it was very, very tough to convince Ben to offer his sow for sale. She was the mother of a boar that he had just raised, that he had sold at perfect timing. And it was a lot of convincing. It was actually one of the last lots that we had put into the catalog because we were just hounding on him. That sow went on. She brought 37,000, I think. True Genetics buys her this last weekend at the Established. That sow, True Genetics, they sold a pig for $130,000 out of that purchase. And so that is success for Ben, that's success for the sale, and that's success for True Genetics, obviously. But Ben will tell you that the amount of opportunities and the avenues that has been opened since the exchange of selling that sow has been huge. And that's probably the biggest thing that you'll see is whenever you start offering the females that hurt to sell. Yeah, it does suck. But whenever you get your check in the mail, it kind of hurts a little bit less. And then when you get to see a breeder or a stud, if you will, or somebody that's new step up there to the plate and write a check for your female and go home and try to build a program around it, to know that your program is backed in there, you got to take some pride into that. And so now, the very first exchange being so hard that we couldn't hardly get any sows, now everybody's wanting to one-up everybody. They want to sell the absolute best one. They want to hang the biggest banner, and they want to sell their absolute best. And it is difficult. I mean, it's not easy saying that you want to sell, one that you're trying to build around. But there's a point in time that you got to realize that you're done with them, and there's opportunity for others to grow. So
that's good. And talking about growth, and this is probably targeted to some more of the industry leaders in this room or watching online. There's some of you that have really participated, and you're really forward thinkers, and there's some of you that aren't, and you're pretty stingy. And whatever your goals of your business or your thoughts are, hey, that's up to you. That I'm not saying you're right or you're wrong. That's not my place to say. I will say, if we want the show goat business to be as big as the show pig business or the show cattle business, it is up to us industry leaders to put our investment in to grow that. And, that comes with a little bit of exposure. Okay, we're going to have to offer something that somebody wants to buy. And, hey, we've got that opportunity tonight, thankfully. But you got to offer some opportunities that people want to buy and let them have that success story and enjoy that with them, and let your business then reap the rewards of compounding interest, if you will, because, man, somebody's going to buy another one next time. And I think that's a huge opportunity we have as industry leaders and as breeders, and Casey sees it in his real estate business. With exposure and growing together, we all do better. We all have a chance to succeed. And the pie, I would promise you, and some of you will argue with me till you're blue in the face, and I'll argue the other way. The pie is big enough for everybody to get your piece if you conduct good, clean business and sell a quality product. And
Well, it may not be big enough for everybody, but it's big enough for anybody that's willing to commit to do things right, to get more than they could ever handle.
Yep.
And that doesn't matter the industry you're in. Like, there's probably more show goat breeders than there are demand, and there's probably more cattle breeders than there are demand. There's certainly a hell of a lot more realtors than there is demand. Whew, man, how many do you know? 14. So you got to think about what you're purchasing. What these guys, the word I continue to hear is the program. The word that I continue to hear mentioned throughout the day is the program. And so people buy a program. They buy a story. A compelling story beats a convincing argument any day. If I'm sitting here arguing with you on why you should buy this one and trying to convince you that this is the best one, now we're a little bit in an adversarial relationship, But if you're investing into a proven story, gosh, there's momentum to be had there. And so people buy into a program. When you're buying a female, or you're buying a straw semen, you're buying an embryo, you're buying a buck, you're investing in a proven program because you see that track record can translate over into your program. That's what I'm seeing here. And so your number one job through marketing, I love what Tommy said earlier, is a lot of people invest in a female, or they invest in a buck, or they invest in their genetics without giving any thought to how they would monetize on that, how they capitalize on it. And we see that all the time in all kinds of businesses that we coach. Your number one job through marketing, as I see it, is to tell the success story of your program and then go back and get reviews and referrals on that. Your client acquisition cost is lower, but you end up with a self-sustaining churn and a self-sustaining demand if you're selling the success story of that program through your marketing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Go ahead, Tommy. You got your mic.
I'll hit on a point here that this is something that I combated the last 10 years. I mean, people would call, and I'll just use you, Kevin, and pick on you because you're up here, but a producer would call that just got into business, and they want to sell them as high as Kevin Mock. I mean, okay, who doesn't? Who don't want to sell them as high as whoever? But you got to make sure that you are selling the same thing that they're selling, and this is what I mean by that. There are some producers that are not just selling livestock. They're also selling some kind of service that's attached to that stock that helps that end user find their way to meet their goal, whether that's to win their county show, their regional show, their district show, their state, their national, whatever it is. It doesn't matter what, as long as you understand that they're not just buying a goat, they're all buying a goat that also is going to have something attached with it, further service. Give you an example. In Stillwater, Oklahoma, we live about 20 miles from there. There is a Chick-fil-A, and Chick-fil-A is not the most miraculous chicken restaurant in America, in my opinion. Right across the street to the south of it is a Cane's. Yet Cane's will do a fraction of the business that Chick-fil-A does. I don't equate that to their chickens that much better. Chick-fil-A has a better service. They have a 2-lane car service. They can just put more people and pump more chicken out the window in a timely manner than Cane's can. And so you can't sit here and say, well, they're just a better chicken restaurant. No, they probably got a better service model. And so you got to understand what you're really buying into is what I would tell you.
It's all about establishing value, which comes back to mindset, okay? I'm going to reflect on myself because I get this from consigners, and here's an uncomfortable topic. If your animal doesn't bring what you think it's worth, okay, the first place you need to do is look at reflection, because every sale that we have hosted on showgoats.com since we've owned it, there's been more buyers than there has been animals, okay? Every live sale I've participated in as a consigner or a seller or a sale manager, there's been more buyers than there has been live lots. So you have to establish value in your business or in your stock or in your firm or however you want to put that. Just because Joe Blow goes out and buys the highest lot tonight in the sale doesn't mean that Joe Blow can turn around and immediately recuperate those funds without a business model and a mindset of success. And how do you add value to yourself, or more importantly, how are you adding value to a potential customer that customer wants to come buy the animal from you? And so, there's a risk and reward with all of that I think takes a great deal, or and again, I'm picking on myself, for me anyway, it takes a great deal of reflection, every day. Are we maximizing what we got? Are we selling a product or service to our customers that's valuable? And why would somebody want to buy something from me? You know, I know there's guys in this room that I'm a big buyer from. You know, I sell them too, but I'm a big buyer of genetics and services from a lot of people in this room. And the guys that I buy genetics or services or feed or trailers from, I buy them and I'm willing to give a premium for those. I don't think anybody would qualify me as a cheap buyer either, because I feel good about what I purchase. I have a success story with it. And that's from the guys that we do our repro work to any part of our family's business. To our, man, if anybody knows a good realtor, last one I used wasn't very good, you know, but talk a little bit about tangibles, okay? Get off the theory a little bit, you know, because I think some people want to hear this or need to hear it. Let me back up with that.
7-minute warning. You asked me to keep you on topic.
Okay. Tangibles, Blake or Milligan, video and picture quality. Okay, it doesn't matter if we're selling goats, sheep, pigs, cattle online, if you're previewing your animals to come to my farm sale, if you're posting preview pictures for a live sale you're attending. Tell us, discuss a little bit about preview and video picture quality and what that means to value.
So, being a sale manager and being involved with a lot of things that happen online, in the pig business especially, you know, your iPhone, we're just going to get it out there, your iPhone takes a pretty good video, but a camera does a lot better. And I know that some people that they hate hearing that. They think that, you know, their iPhone video is pretty good, but by the time that you get it uploaded and everything, it's not. That's just being brutally honest with you. And I can tell you that, you know, we work with a lot of guys, a lot of, you know, everywhere. And the pictures are probably the biggest thing to me, you know, understanding what background that you have, understanding the color, you know, from our standpoint, you know, it's probably not pretty good to take pictures of a Yorkshire pig on a white background. That doesn't make much sense. No different than would it be to take a picture of a goat having a white background either. And so it's little things like that personally, I mean, I've told everybody that I try to work with that everything that we do, we try to do the small things to make the big things count. And, you know, that is the thing of, you know, ordering different banners for customers whenever we go video them, that we can change the setting of the background so you don't see feed buckets or you don't see trees or tall grass or anything like that. It's just all about presentation. You have one, you know, anymore, I've seen all the studies that we've done on the pigs. You know, we have, my videos get probably 22 seconds to 30 seconds right in there on views in terms of an average. Well, that tells me that the very first shot that we get of that animal has to be the most important one. That's got to be the best one, because we have one impression on somebody and they're going to scroll to the next video. So for us, you know, we're all the time telling people to you know, check your backgrounds, make sure that you're using the right settings on your camera. You know, YouTube, you know, Tommy talked earlier, you know, you have access to a cell phone. I mean, you can Google anything and learn anything off YouTube anymore. You know, if you don't want to go out and pay money to have somebody come and do it, which I highly recommend you do, but if you want to try it yourself, you know, go to Best Buy and talk to one of those guys about getting an actual camera. You know, then take it home and study it and get on YouTube and watch a few videos on it, and you would be very surprised the difference that you can take, you know, in just the quality of image of just changing your background setting for videos or pictures, your camera quality, and then it sounds stupid, but the internet quality that you have when you're uploading a video. I mean, you're only going to be able to upload something as good as what you have access to. And so, you know, taking an extra step, if you've got to go somewhere and you know, go park your truck somewhere and use your hotspot on your phone that's got better service than you do at your house, go do it. Your video will be a little bit more clear than if it's blurry. So.
I'm going to disagree with Blake a little bit on terms of the technology side and having a high-quality camera. Here's what I'll tell you about the goat business. And this is, again, just my opinion. You can take it or leave it. But the most important ingredient in getting a picture that sells is not the goat as much as it is the holder. The person holding the goat is the most important variable in getting a highly, highly marketable picture. Market animals, market does, your buck picture. That person holding that goat is the most important ingredient in getting the money shot or the $100,000 photo, whatever you want to deem it. The high quality, scrolling through Facebook, stop, wow, what is that? It's the holder. The holder is the most important ingredient. I combated this again when I owned showgoats.com. Well, my daughter can hold all the animals. Your daughter can make a expensive lawn chair look cheap. But it's really hard to tell them that constructively because a lot of people think they can hold them. And I think that when they look in the mirror, they see something different than I see, because I see a goat that is eligible for the next sale barn run. But you can let somebody that's highly qualified grab a hold of it and you go, whoa. We've all been there. I traveled with some kids that I would always have them grab the animals when I'm hunting for them as an ag teacher. You hold it. That way I can see the potential, because sometimes a kid can get more out of it. And then it goes back to showmanship, and that's really what wins shows. I mean, there's a lot of dang good ones sitting second, third, fourth, fifth, didn't get shown. I always use it back to another philosophy. Why on earth would you buy your kid a Maserati when they can't get it out of the parking garage? I always never understood a 5-year-old that can't show one, why you're spending $25,000 on that goat. It looks like a $300 one when your kid gets done with it. And so that's the most important variable in getting that high dollar picture, in my opinion. Then I think lighting's important. Video, you don't need much video. You need a good 8 to 15 seconds, not long. If that thing is worth its grain of salt, bolting across there, a person will jump right into it. And the most important ingredient in a show animal is look. They got to have look. Sometimes, as a producer, here's the thing you get into. That one-dimensional, geek neck, good-looking one that is too flat, doesn't have enough shape, will take a $10,000 picture on one take. And the three-dimensional one that is real, real good, that you've written all your thesaurus of terms, you can't get the $1 million picture, because it's really hard on those really, really stout, big-centered, wide-bodied, good ones to get that geeky, cool, tricked-out picture. It's really, really challenging. That's where video helps you sell those. I do think the picturing and videoing is critical if you want to elevate your game and sell them and market them at a high level. I think it's really, really important.
Well, thanks, guys. I wanted to touch on the Brockman's getting an education today. Just text me. Wanted to touch on the, a little bit of the picture and video, especially for some of our newer producers that may be tuned in or here in the audience. But what I really wanted to get down to is I think successful marketing, it doesn't matter if it's a Showgoat business or Casey's real estate business. It comes down to your mindset. You have to have goals for your business to be successful. You have to make calculated investments to help achieve those goals. And that may be monetary investments, it may be equipment, it may be does, it may be time, it may be education. You make calculated investments that help achieve those goals. You truly have to self-reflect on yourself and your success or lack of. And honestly, be humble with yourself. Be honest with yourself. Or have peers. I run a lot of stuff by this guy sitting to my left. Trent, Glenn, Jamie, Macon. There's a lot of people in this room that get a pretty open book of my life from time to time, because I may call, do I suck really this bad, or what's the deal? Because I got to know, because I'm trying to reflect and answer the question. As a livestock producer, man, you better be your biggest critic. If you think you own all the best ones, you're good and ready to go to Pound Town pretty quick. And that's just a true statement. And, conduct good, clean business in a form, I think, that's going to lead to customer success and repeat business. And you're going to be in business a long time. I want to thank everybody for coming to the symposium. I hope this added value to your business, to your breeding program. I want to thank everybody that's helped me put this thing together this morning. A little bit about, I'll tell you, Kate, here in a little bit.
Can I mention one more thing on marketing? I think it's important.
Yep.
What, you have like 1 minute.
Yep.
Okay. What the sell platforms, I'm an outsider here, but the sell platforms, the showgoats.com, pick your platform, their job is to aggregate buyers and aggregate stock to get you the most money in a competitive environment. But I think as individual producers or individual business owners and operators, it's our job to tell our story. So you still, I think, have a responsibility to market your product to the consumer to build awareness around that. That doesn't mean it doesn't mean it's one or the other in my mind. You can stop me, but it's not one or the other. It's like, okay, I have a very passive approach here. I'm gonna give it to these guys and let these guys bring the money. Does that make sense? You understand what I'm saying? It's not one or the other. It's one supplements the other to tell the story. Does that make sense?
Yep. Growing up as a twin, somebody's always gonna have the last word. So, schedule. Okay, we're done. We're fixing to be done here. We're going to meet at 1:30 at the Fort Worth Livestock Show Barn. Okay, you come in off of Trail Drive through the main entrance. You hook a left, park in front of the swine barn. If you're a consigner with the trailer here, Megan has your parking passes to get back in there as well. But everybody should be able to get in. You're more than welcome to go over there now or whenever. We've got a crew over there washing does. We will start our live preview and commentary of all the live lots at 1:30. If you're watching online, that'll be simulcast right back here on this same link. Consigners will talk through their sets. We have the Rivera Custom Gates and Feeders time schedules right over here. Rivera Custom Gates pins that'll be there that we're going to help use. And then that lot that we're selling, it's not set up as it's designed. We've modified the setup there in the ring, but just I want to make sure that you talk to Michael. He's here somewhere. He'll be here this evening. They're offering 10% discount on any orders you place, future orders that start the discussion tonight from Rivera, and they are actually selling this custom-built pin that we got there tonight in the sale as a donation lot to the buyers group. So thank you all so much for coming. We'll see you at the fairgrounds at 1:30. Back in here tonight at 5 o'clock.